What if everything you've chased, the dreams, the success, the very essence of happiness, was nothing but an elaborate mirage? As the sun sets over ancient Jerusalem, casting long shadows across the crumbling stones, a voice echoes through the ages, heavy with the weight of despair and revelation. "Vanity of vanities!" it cries, piercing the stillness like a haunting specter. Beneath the surface of this proclamation lies a question that haunts every soul. Is life truly worth living? The air is thick with uncertainty, and a sense of foreboding looms as the wisest man in all of Israel, cloaked in wisdom yet shrouded in sorrow, grapples with the futility of existence. King Solomon, once exalted and revered, finds himself standing at the precipice of despair, where laughter mingles with tears and every achievement feels like sand slipping through his fingers. The vibrant pulse of life throbs around him. Children play in the streets, merchants haggle, and music spills from the taverns. Yet, within him, an unsettling void gnaws endlessly. As he gazes upon the bustling city, Solomon feels the weight of 1,000 questions pressing down like a storm cloud. Each heartbeat reverberates with echoes of his own futile pursuits. The towering palaces, the endless feasts, the extravagant wealth. Were they all mere distractions from the inevitable truth? The laughter of the people echoes hollowly in his ears, taunting him with the transient nature of joy. In this fleeting world, what truly remains? As twilight deepens, the flickering flames of torches illuminate the faces of those seeking wisdom. They come to him, eager for answers, and yet Solomon knows the truth is as slippery as the wind. He witnesses their hopes and dreams, each one a fragile thread in the tapestry of life, yet he senses the impending unraveling. What lies behind the facade of happiness? What awaits at the end of the relentless pursuit? His heart races as he reflects on the echoes of history, the rise and fall of empires, the futility of conquest, and the inescapable grip of death. A raw tension fills the night air, thickening with every breath. Solomon's mind spirals deeper into the abyss, haunted by the shadows of those who sought meaning and found only emptiness. With each revelation, the questions multiply. Is it wisdom or folly that guides him? Can purpose ever be found in a world so brutally indifferent? Then, like a sudden clap of thunder, a realization strikes him. Life's most profound truths often hide in plain sight, waiting for the weary soul brave enough to confront them. The churning storm within him begins to clear, revealing a glimmer of clarity, one that could ignite hope or plunge him deeper into despair. Will he uncover the essence of fulfillment, or will he remain forever ensnared by the dread of meaninglessness? Each moment holds its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation, as history itself seems to pulse with anticipation, begging the question: will Solomon rise from the ashes of despair, or will he succumb to the haunting echoes of futility? In the sun-baked hills of ancient Jerusalem, the air was thick with dust and despair. From a distance, the towering walls of the city stood like sentinels, watching over a world filled with questions that lingered in the hearts of its people. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the streets, one man walked alone among the bustling crowd, wrestling with thoughts that felt too heavy to bear. This was no ordinary day. It was a moment steeped in the weight of existence. Ecclesiastes emerged from this very backdrop, a book of reflections that echoed the struggles of a society grappling with the complexities of life. Its author, traditionally understood to be King Solomon, was a figure cloaked in both wisdom and heartache. Born into the splendor of royalty, he was a man who had experienced the highest peaks of joy and the deepest valleys of sorrow. The whispers of his past floated around him like ghosts, tales of unparalleled wealth, vast wisdom, and the feeling of emptiness that often followed such grandeur. This was the man tasked with the profound exploration of life's meaning, a mission that would leave him haunted by the specter of futility. The historical canvas against which Ecclesiastes was painted was tumultuous. Israel, once a united kingdom under Saul, David, and Solomon, had splintered into two rival factions that tore at the very fabric of their shared identity. The north boasted the kingdom of Israel, while the south clung tightly to Judah, where Solomon had once reigned. Political instability, wars, and the constant threat of invasion darkened the skies over the region. Amidst this turmoil, the people yearned for answers, searching for solace in their faith, yet finding it increasingly elusive. The temple, a magnificent structure built by Solomon himself, stood at the heart of Jerusalem, symbolizing not only a place of worship, but also a beacon of hope. It was a place where sacrifices were made, prayers were uttered, and festivals celebrated. Yet within its walls, the questions of human existence loomed larger than ever. The priests, draped in fine linen, offered their rituals, but the air was heavy with doubt. Was there truly meaning in all of this? As the flames of the altar flickered, casting shadows that danced eerily on the stone walls, a collective grief enveloped the audience. Ecclesiastes would later reflect on these rituals, scrutinizing the sacrifices and the wisdom of the ancients. The author questioned, "What do people gain from all their labors at which they toil under the sun?" The very essence of his inquiry stemmed from the relentless pursuit of something beyond mere existence. Though he was draped in the fineries of kingship, Solomon's heart felt the gnawing ache of understanding. Was he to be remembered for his wealth, or would he simply become another footnote in history, lost to time? As the seasons changed, the landscape of Israel shifted. The lush hills turned to barren fields, and the rivers that once flowed abundantly now trickled under the relentless sun. The struggles of the ordinary people echoed louder than the songs of the wealthy. Their laughter was laced with sorrow, their hopes punctured by the harsh realities of life. Farmers toiled under the weight of uncertainty, understanding all too well that despite their best efforts, the land could produce no guarantee of sustenance. The specter of famine loomed, and in the glow of the evening fire, they shared stories of their ancestors, seeking wisdom and guidance, hoping to find meaning in their own trials. Amidst the laughter and tears, the festival of Sukkot approached, a time of joy and remembrance. Yet, for many, it felt like a cruel reminder of the past, a time when the harvest had been plentiful. As families constructed their temporary booths, the echoes of joy felt like distant memories. Solomon's voice, though ancient, resonated. "Better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting, for death is the destiny of everyone." Each word hung in the air like a heavy stone, forcing the revelers to confront the stark reality of life. How fleeting it truly is. In this charged atmosphere, the concept of wisdom became both a blessing and a curse. The wise were respected but often burdened with the knowledge of life's unpredictability. They watched as the young rushed toward their dreams, naive to the consequences that awaited them. In the marketplace, merchants bartered with animated fervor, yet whispers of disillusionment crept through the stalls. Would their treasures provide lasting happiness, or would they find themselves trapped in an endless cycle of desire? Solomon, with his piercing insight, would write of this tension, of the madness that often accompanied the quest for knowledge and wealth. The voices of the prophets began to rise, warning the people of their wayward paths. There was talk of impending judgment, of a time when the heavens would unleash their fury upon the land. Yet, amidst the warnings, there was also a call for repentance, a plea for the people to turn back to their roots. The sages gathered, sharing parables that intertwined wisdom with humility, urging the young to listen and learn. But who would heed their words? Would they see the truth before it was too late? The wind carried with it whispers of change, a haunting melody that tugged at the hearts of those who listened. As Jerusalem's walls bore witness to the struggles of its people, the voice of Ecclesiastes grew louder, weaving through the fabric of society. It was a call to confront the very essence of existence, to grapple with the idea that life, in all its beauty and tragedy, was a gift tinged with mystery. Each day brought new challenges, and beneath the layers of laughter and sorrow lay an unquenchable thirst for understanding. In these moments, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of history intertwined with the present. The people clung to their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. The echoes of Ecclesiastes rippled through their hearts. Each question posed a challenge, an invitation to ponder the depths of their own lives. The quest for meaning was not just Solomon's. It was theirs as well. And so, As the night descended on the ancient city, the search for understanding continued, an endless cycle of inquiry and reflection that would resonate through the ages. Each heartbeat, each breath, spoke of the eternal quest for wisdom, for love, and for the fleeting moments that made life a treasure worth pursuing. In the flickering candlelight of a dusty ancient library, shadows dance between the weathered shelves, where scrolls and tablets whisper secrets of old. A chill runs down the spine as one considers the weight of words penned centuries ago, words that have shaped beliefs, cultures, and lives. Solomon, the wise king, is often heralded as the author of the profound wisdom contained within the book of Proverbs. Yet, as fingers trace the fragile parchment, a question hangs heavy in the air. Was it truly him, or were there others, voices lost to time, who shaped these timeless verses? The air is thick with anticipation, charged with the energy of countless scholars and seekers who have pondered this very question. Birds chirp outside, oblivious to the storm brewing inside the minds of those who clutch their quills, determined to decipher the tangled web of authorship. Was there a singular genius behind these wise proverbs, or was it the collective voice of a people, echoing through the annals of history? As the sun sets, casting golden rays through the narrow windows, it reveals inscriptions from a bygone era, etched in stone and ink. Each line of text trembles with the wisdom of ages, yet also with the uncertainty of attribution. The figure of Solomon stands tall in the imagination, his regal robes, his crown gleaming, but underneath that image lies a tapestry of influences, interwoven threads of other sages who may have contributed their insights. A rustle of parchment interrupts the stillness, as a curious mind uncovers a scroll that hints at another possible author. Aga, a figure shrouded in mystery. Who was Aga? Was he merely a name, or did he serve as a voice of the common people, rising from obscurity to polish the gems of wisdom found in the text? The thought ignites a fire in the heart, the thrill of discovery fueling the desire to know more. As the light flickers, it casts shadows that elongate and twist, much like the tales of these authors, leaving behind a sense of yearning for clarity. Then, there's Lemuel, a name that brings whispers of royal lineage and maternal wisdom. His proverbs, steeped in the advice of a mother, resonate with the emotional weight of familial bonds. What if Lemuel was not just a name, but a testament to the nurturers who shaped him? The very essence of love and guidance flows through those words, revealing a truth that transcends time. One can almost hear the soft, nurturing voice, urging him to seek virtue and strength. The emotions swell, for these proverbs are not mere teachings. They are lifelines, connecting generations through shared experiences and wisdom. As the night deepens, a shroud of uncertainty blankets the library. The quest for authorship intensifies, emotions rising like the tide, crashing against the walls of certainty. Was Solomon the sole architect of this treasure trove of wisdom, or were his thoughts merely a reflection of the collective consciousness of his time? The debate swirls like smoke, leaving traces of doubt that linger in the air. In the shadows, the faintest echoes of laughter and tears mingle, voices of the countless souls who have turned to these proverbs for solace. Each word, each phrase carries the weight of lives lived and lessons learned, stories begging to be told. One wonders, as the candle flickers, if those who penned these verses felt the same urgency to be understood, to leave a mark on the world. The thought stirs emotions, as if the very spirits of the authors hover nearby, listening and waiting for recognition. Outside, the night is alive with the sounds of the world, a stark contrast to the stillness within. The yearning for clarity is palpable, and it becomes apparent that the search for authorship is more than a historical inquiry. It is a reflection of the human experience, a quest for identity and understanding. Each scholar, each seeker, becomes intertwined in this narrative, their voices adding to the chorus of contemplation. Then comes the jarring thought, what if Solomon did exist, but his words were merely a vessel for the wisdom of many? What if these proverbs are the echoes of generations, voices rising through the fog of time, yearning to be heard? The intensity of this realization strikes like lightning, illuminating the depths of the human spirit and its desire to connect. With every passing moment, the realization becomes clearer. The authorship of wisdom is not merely a question of who penned the words, but rather an exploration of the very human condition. The pulse of creativity beats strong, and the emotions swell as the library transforms into a sanctuary of thought, a place where past and present collide, forging a path toward understanding. As the candles burn low, shadows stretch and twist, mingling with dreams of what might have been. The question of authorship hangs like a cherished secret, compelling and unresolved. The library, a crucible of thought and emotion, resonates with the echoes of many voices, each vying to be recognized, to be part of the dialogue that transcends time. And then, just as the last flicker of light threatens to fade, a sudden realization ignites. The essence of these proverbs lies not in the names etched in history, but in the wisdom they impart. The legacy is not confined to a single author, but rather blooms in the hearts of those who have loved, lost, and learned from the words. The tension thickens as the realization sinks in, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and anticipation. The authorship may remain elusive, but the power of these proverbs endures, radiating warmth and wisdom, inviting all to reflect on their own journeys. And as the shadows weave their tales, the story continues to unfold, leaving behind a trail of questions and emotions, forever echoing through the ages. In the quiet of a dimly lit room, a young man sat with an ancient scroll in his hands, the text aged and weathered but pulsing with life. Outside, the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the ages. He could feel the weight of generations before him, their laughter and tears reverberating through the ink on the parchment. This scroll, this sacred text, was none other than Ecclesiastes, a book that spoke of the profound truths hidden in the mundane, the eternal questions we all grapple with: life, death, and everything in between. The structure of Ecclesiastes is a tapestry woven with threads of human experience, crafted with an artistry that still captivates hearts centuries later. It starts with a bold declaration: "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." The words echo in the reader's mind like a haunting melody, inviting them to ponder the futility that often accompanies human pursuits. Each chapter flows into the next, creating a rhythm that mirrors the ebb and flow of life itself. Joy and sorrow, wisdom and foolishness, toil and rest. As the scroll unfurled, the young man felt each section's pulse. The opening verses are like the calm before a storm, a gentle introduction that sets the stage for a whirlwind of emotions. The writer, traditionally believed to be King Solomon, an emblem of wisdom and wealth, begins with questions that resonate deeply. What does it profit a man if he gains the whole world yet loses his soul? Each question lingers, and each answer seems to slip through fingers like grains of sand. The structure of Ecclesiastes soon reveals itself as a series of reflections, contemplations, and stark observations. The first two chapters offer a glimpse into a world filled with earthly pursuits: knowledge, pleasure, and work. Solomon, with his unparalleled wisdom, examines these pursuits with a critical eye. Each line drips with a sense of melancholy, as if he is warning the reader about the fleeting nature of happiness. "I said in my heart, 'Come now, I will test you with mirth, enjoy pleasure.' But behold, this also was vanity." The young man could feel the chill in those words, the realization that pleasure, however sweet, was often a mirage. As he turned the scroll, the tone shifted. The intensity of the words grew, drawing him into a darker realm where uncertainty reigns. The structure of Ecclesiastes dances between despair and hope, much like life itself. The writer questions the very nature of existence. For everything, there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. The rhythm quickens as the young man feels a swell of emotion. The beauty of life's cyclic nature is laid bare, a reminder that joy cannot exist without sorrow, and vice versa. The chapters roll on, building tension with each passing verse. The young man could almost hear the echo of laughter and the sound of weeping blended together, creating a symphony of human experience that resonates deeply within him. The words speak of the futility of wisdom and the inevitability of death, contrasting the sun's relentless rise with its equally relentless set. The wise person has his eyes in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. The weight of these truths pressed against his chest like a heavy stone, and he felt the struggle of every man, woman, and child, caught in the dance of life and death. In the heart of the scroll, a pivotal shift occurs. The writer begins to reflect on the nature of toil. He throws light on the relentless pursuit of work, the endless cycles of labor that leave one exhausted but unfulfilled. What does a man gain by all the toil at which he toils under the sun? The young man could sense the heat of frustration rising, a palpable tension in the air. The question lingers, refusing to be answered. Much like life itself, where so much remains enigmatic and unresolved. Then comes a striking interlude, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The writer urges the reader to enjoy life, to find joy in simple pleasures, in eating, drinking, and the companionship of loved ones. There is nothing better for a person than that he should eat and drink and find enjoyment in his toil. These verses burst forth like rays of sunlight breaking through heavy clouds, offering a sense of warmth and relief. The young man felt a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the midst of despair, moments of joy are to be cherished. Yet, the tension escalates again as the young man progresses through the later chapters. The tone becomes more reflective, pondering the inevitability of death and the fleeting nature of life. The writer grapples with the truth that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Each word resonates with an urgency, a call to acknowledge the fragility of existence. The young man could feel his heart race, a sense of impending revelation hanging in the air. Time passes, and the scroll continues to unravel. The structure reveals itself as a mirror to human experience, a reflection of the struggles faced by all. The writer speaks of oppression, injustice, and the search for meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and cruel. Better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering of the desire. The young man's breath hitched at the depth of that insight. In a world filled with distractions, it beckoned him to remain grounded, to find peace within. As the young man approaches the final chapters, the weight of the scroll feels heavier, the words more poignant. The writer concludes with reflections on the futility of earthly pursuits, urging the reader to fear God and keep his commandments. The tension builds to a climax, an emotional crescendo that resonates with the very essence of human existence. The echoes of joy, pain, and the quest for meaning swirl around him like a tempest. The structure of Ecclesiastes is not just a collection of thoughts. It is a powerful dialogue between the author and the reader, a conversation that transcends time and space. Each chapter, each verse, builds upon the last, flowing seamlessly into a broader understanding of life itself. The young man, entranced, knew he was on the brink of a revelation that would change him forever. The words of Ecclesiastes hung in the air, a poignant hymn to the human spirit, beckoning him to continue, to seek, and to uncover the truths that lay beyond the finish line. A lone figure stands atop a windswept hill, gazing at the horizon where the sun dips below the earth, casting a golden hue across the sky. The air is thick with the weight of unspoken truths, and the whispers of ancient voices echo in the distance. This is the moment where the past and present collide, where wisdom isn't merely taught but felt in the marrow of one's bones. It is here, in this sacred space, that wisdom literature breathes life, offering insights into the human experience that resonate through time. Wisdom literature is a treasure trove of human emotion and experience. It doesn't merely convey facts. It wraps them in the rich tapestry of life, painting pictures of joy, sorrow, triumph, and despair. This genre, found in the pages of the Bible, the writings of ancient Greece, and even in the folklore of distant lands, serves as a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. It stretches across civilizations, revealing universal truths that bind us all, no matter where or when we live. In the dusty streets of ancient Jerusalem, a teacher gathers a motley group of followers. His words weave through the crowd, each proverb and parable striking at the hearts of the people. Wisdom is more precious than jewels, he declares, his voice steady, eyes glimmering with the light of understanding. The listeners, hardened by hardship, feel the warmth of hope as the teacher spins tales of virtue and folly. They hear stories of kings and slaves, the wise and the foolish, each narrative a lesson etched into the fabric of existence. This is wisdom literature at its finest, where every word is a brushstroke on the canvas of life, leaving an indelible mark. But wisdom literature isn't just for the faithful or the philosophers. It speaks to the everyday person. It captures the laughter of a child and the tears of a mother, the struggles of a farmer at dawn and the dreams of a soldier at dusk. The poetic verses and proverbs, so simply crafted, echo the complexity of life itself. The words dance with urgency, urging the reader to pause, to reflect, to truly feel. They serve as beacons, guiding us through the stormy seas of existence, reminders that we are not alone in our struggles. Consider the Book of Proverbs, a timeless collection that offers pearls of guidance for the weary heart. Each proverb, a small gem, shines with wisdom that has transcended centuries. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. It advises, a simple phrase that carries the weight of a life well lived. In this ancient text, one can sense the pulse of countless lives lived in search of meaning. Every line resonates with a promise of peace, a balm for the soul, a reminder that the journey is as important as the destination. In a dusty library in Alexandria, the scholars pore over scrolls, their fingers tracing the ancient words of the past. They are the guardians of knowledge, tasked with preserving the thoughts of their ancestors. Among these texts lies the wisdom of Socrates, who challenged the very foundation of understanding. An unexamined life is not worth living, he proclaimed, igniting a fire of introspection that would flicker through the ages. His questions and dialogues are not just academic exercises. They pierce the heart of existence, urging seekers to confront their own truths. The tension between ignorance and knowledge hums in the air, a reminder that wisdom is not merely about knowing. It is about facing the shadows within. As the sun sets on the great city of Athens, the streets buzz with debates and discussions. The philosophers gather, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Every idea exchanged is an arrow shot into the heart of understanding, each debate a dance between light and darkness. Here, wisdom literature transforms from mere text into living dialogue, embodying the struggles of thought and emotion that shape humanity. The air crackles with tension, the yearning for truth palpable. In these moments, wisdom is not stagnant. It breathes, pulses, and connects all who dare to listen. Fast forward to the dimly lit corners of the world where folklore thrives, where the stories of wise old men and women are passed down through generations. Between the flickering flames of a campfire, a grandmother tells tales of the trickster, who teaches valuable lessons through cunning and mischief. These narratives, rich with moral undertones, resonate deeply within the hearts of listeners. They laugh, they gasp, and sometimes they weep. The stories serve as vessels for wisdom, ensuring that the lessons learned from folly and triumph are never forgotten. In the quiet solitude of a modern library, a scholar uncovers the connections between these diverse strands of wisdom literature. Here lies the realization that whether spoken in parables from the East or poetic verses from the West, the essence remains the same: a quest for understanding. The scholar's heart races, knowing that the same questions posed thousands of years ago continue to echo in contemporary lives. What does it mean to live well? How do we find peace? In this search, wisdom literature transcends its pages, becoming a lifeline for troubled souls navigating the chaos of life. As night envelopes the world, the stories linger in the air, each one a thread woven into the vast tapestry of human experience. They pulse with life, inviting the listener to lean closer, to hang on every word. The lessons contained within are not just historical relics. They are vibrant, alive, pulsing with emotion. The tears shed by the wise, the laughter shared among friends, the moments of profound clarity. All of these echo in the hearts of those who dare to engage with wisdom literature. And so, the quest for wisdom continues, an endless cycle of inquiry and discovery. With every turn of the page and every shared tale, humanity weaves a narrative that transcends time. The echoes of the past lead to the present, each voice urging the next generation to seek, to question, and to learn. The sun rises and sets, and yet, the search for understanding never dims, forever entwined with the rich legacy of wisdom literature. Under a sky thick with the weight of unfulfilled dreams, the streets of Vienna echoed with the distant sounds of a past once vibrant, now muted. The cobblestones, worn and uneven, whispered secrets of artists and thinkers who had wandered this very path, searching for something more, a meaning that seemed to elude them. The air felt heavy, laden with the stories of those who had gazed into the abyss and found nothing but a reflection of their own emptiness. Amid the bustling cafes, where laughter mingled with the aroma of strong coffee and pastries, sat a man named Franz. With ink-stained fingers and a furrowed brow, he scribbled furiously in his notebook, pouring out the thoughts that clawed at his mind. Each word was an attempt to capture the essence of existence, yet every line felt like slipping sand through his fingers. He pondered the words of Nietzsche, who had once declared that God is dead, leaving a void that many desperately tried to fill. What lay beyond the death of belief? Was it chaos or an opportunity for rebirth? Franz couldn't shake the feeling that the answer was wrapped in a shroud of meaninglessness. On the other side of the city, in a dimly lit room filled with the scent of smoke and stale beer, a group of artists gathered. They were the remnants of a lost generation, each one clutching onto their paintbrushes and instruments as if they could conjure meaning from thin air. They spoke animatedly of the absurdity of life, echoing the thoughts of Camus, who proposed that the search for meaning in an indifferent universe was a fool's errand. Laughter punctuated their conversations, but it was a hollow sound, echoing off the walls like a ghost of joy that had long since departed. One artist, Clara, painted furiously, her brush strokes wild and unrestrained. She poured her soul onto the canvas, each color a representation of her inner turmoil. Yet, as she stepped back to observe her creation, her heart sank. The vibrant hues began to blend into a gray mass, an image of chaos spiraling out of control. Was her art not a reflection of her struggle to find meaning? Or was it merely a facade, a spark of life hiding a deeper void? The question gnawed at her, like a relentless tide washing over the shores of her sanity. Franz and Clara were not alone in their plight. Across the ages, countless souls had grappled with the notion of meaninglessness. The existentialists of the 20th century, like Sartre, who proclaimed that existence precedes essence, left a mark on the minds of many. They argued that life was not inherently meaningful, and it was up to each individual to construct their own purpose. Yet, in the quiet moments of despair, many found themselves spiraling into a darkness that felt all-consuming. As night fell over Vienna, the city transformed. The shadows lengthened, stretching out like fingers reaching for the lost souls wandering its streets. The flickering lamplights illuminated the faces of those who moved through the darkness, each one a story waiting to unfold. There was Anton, the poet who had once believed in love and beauty, now reduced to scribbling verses about the futility of his existence. He sat in a corner, his heart heavy with the weight of unreciprocated love, the kind that seeped into one's bones and turned hope into ash. In a nearby park, a woman named Elise sat on a bench, tears glistening in her eyes. She watched the couples pass by, each one a reminder of the connections she had lost. Memories of laughter and shared dreams played like a silent film in her mind. She longed for meaning, for someone to share her burdens with, yet all she felt was the gnawing emptiness of solitude. The stars twinkling above her seemed to mock her, distant and indifferent, suggesting that the universe had no stake in her suffering. And then there was Leo, a scientist who had dedicated his life to unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. He had once believed that through science, he could find answers to the grand questions of existence. Yet, as he stared through his telescope at the vastness of space, he realized that the more he learned, the more insignificant he felt. The universe expanded into infinity, and in that moment, he understood the weight of meaninglessness that pressed upon him like a heavy cloak. Franz, Clara, Anton, Elise, and Leo each faced their own battles against the tide of meaninglessness. In the grand tapestry of history, They were but a few threads caught in the same relentless current. The stories of their lives intertwined, reflecting the struggles of countless others who had come before them. Through the lens of time, the echoes of their battles resounded, each voice a testament to the human experience, dancing between hope and despair. As dawn approached, casting a pale light over the city, the characters found themselves on the brink of revelation. The fragile threads of their stories were woven together, forming a narrative that transcended their individual struggles. The search for meaning, though fraught with despair, was a shared human experience. They were not alone in their quest. Within the depths of meaninglessness lay the seeds of connection and understanding. With hearts trembling and spirits ignited, the streets of Vienna bore witness to their collective journey. The walls whispered tales of forgotten dreams, urging them forward into the unknown. The dance between light and shadow continued, and the pull of existence beckoned them to embrace the chaos that life often presented. The city, alive with possibility, held endless stories waiting to be told, each one a reminder that even in the face of meaninglessness, the act of seeking was a journey worth taking. The preacher stood on the edge of a weathered cliff, his silhouette stark against the fading colors of the sunset. The wind whipped through his hair, carrying with it the salty tang of the sea below. He watched the waves crash against the rocks, their relentless rhythm echoing the turmoil within his heart. This was no ordinary moment. It was a turning point. He felt the weight of the world pressing on his shoulders, each breath a struggle as he wrestled with the question that haunted him. What was his purpose? He had grown up in a small village where faith was woven into the fabric of daily life. As a child, he listened to the stories of prophets and saints, their lives illuminated by divine purpose. The preacher, with fire in his eyes, had once envisioned himself as a beacon of hope, leading others toward a brighter tomorrow. But as he stood on that cliff, surrounded by the cries of gulls and the roar of the ocean, the glow of that vision had dimmed. In the distance, the last rays of sunlight flickered like a dying ember, echoing the fading resolve within him. His thoughts drifted to the congregation that would soon gather in the old stone church down the hill. They looked to him for guidance, their faces reflecting a spectrum of struggles and dreams. Mothers clutching their children, elderly men with furrowed brows, young couples whispering secrets of love and fear, all searching for answers. But as he prepared to step into the pulpit, doubt gnawed at him. Could he truly offer them something meaningful? Or was he merely a hollow vessel, reciting words that had lost their power? The preacher recalled the story of Solomon, the wise king who sought understanding and fulfillment. Solomon had everything: wealth, power, and wisdom, but still felt an emptiness that drove him to despair. The preacher had admired Solomon's search, but now found himself echoing the same questions. Was his life a grand illusion, a mere flicker of light in the vastness of existence? As twilight descended, shadows began to creep across the landscape, wrapping the preacher in an embrace both comforting and chilling. He could feel the weight of history surrounding him, the echoes of those who had stood where he stood, grappling with the same eternal questions. The village itself whispered stories of past preachers, men who had climbed the same cliffs, their voices rising above the waves, filled with passion and resolve. Each had faced their own trials, wrestling with the same doubts, yet somehow they had managed to forge paths that illuminated the lives of others. Yet here he was, standing at a precipice, grappling with uncertainty. The ocean roared beneath him, a reminder of life's relentless tide. "What if I fail?" he muttered to the wind. "What if my words fall flat, leaving hearts untouched?" The abyss before him seemed to reflect his inner turmoil, a chasm filled with fear and longing. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the cliff, an old man, bent with age but with eyes that sparkled with a youthful fire. The preacher recognized him as one of the village's oldest inhabitants, a man whose stories had captivated generations. "You seem troubled, young one," the old man said, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "What burdens your heart?" The preacher hesitated, unsure whether to expose his vulnerabilities. But something in the old man's gaze urged him to speak. "I fear that I am losing my way. The people need hope, and I do not know if I have the strength to give it to them." The old man smiled softly, as if he had heard this lament before.
Listen closely, son.
Purpose often hides in the shadows of our struggles. It is born from the depths of our pain. He gestured toward the horizon where the last light flickered. Just as the sun must descend to allow the stars to shine, so too must you embrace your darkness to let your light guide others. The preacher felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps his battles were not signs of weakness but stepping stones toward something greater. As he gazed out over the crashing waves, he envisioned the lives he could touch, the hearts he could uplift. Each struggle he had faced could become a bridge, connecting him to those who needed to hear that they were not alone. With renewed determination, he turned back to the old man, eager to understand more. But the figure began to fade, merging with the shadows of dusk. "Remember," the old man's voice echoed, "the quest for purpose is a journey, not a destination. Seek not the answers, but the questions that ignite your heart." As the last light disappeared, the preacher felt an electric pulse of energy coursing through him. The shadows no longer felt like an opponent but an ally in his quest. He sprinted down the path toward the church, each step resonating with the promise of transformation. He could hear the murmurs of the congregation already gathering, their faces illuminated by lanterns that flickered like stars in the night sky. When he pushed open the heavy wooden doors, the familiar scent of candles and worn pews enveloped him, wrapping him in warmth. He stood before them, the weight of their expectant gazes melding with his newfound resolve. His heart raced as he prepared to speak, the words building within him like a storm ready to break. "I stand before you not as a man with all the answers," he began, his voice steady yet filled with emotion, "but as a fellow wanderer on this path of life. I have wrestled with doubts and fears, just as you have. And in that struggle, I have found a glimmer of hope, a flicker of purpose that burns brightly even in the darkest of nights." Gasps filled the room, and he could see the flicker of recognition in their eyes. They were not merely looking for answers. They were seeking connection, authenticity, and understanding. It was a shared experience, a collective journey toward something greater than themselves. As he spoke, the preacher felt the walls of the church dissolve, and for a fleeting moment, he was no longer just a man delivering a sermon. He was part of a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, faith and doubt. Each heart in that room pulsed with a longing for purpose, and he was their voice, their guide, their beacon in the storm. But the preacher knew this was just the beginning. His journey was far from over, and as he poured his heart out, he felt the pull of a greater quest, a call to venture deeper, to seek the essence of truth that lay beyond the horizon of his understanding. The flickering light of possibility danced before him, beckoning him onward, into the unknown where his true purpose awaited. And in that moment, with the congregation hanging on his every word, he knew he was ready to embrace the journey ahead, whatever it might hold. In the dim light of dawn, a small village stirred to life. The air was thick with the scent of dew and earth, mingling with the quiet anticipation that filled the hearts of its people. Somewhere in a modest hut, a woman's pain echoed like a drumbeat, punctuated by the soft cooing of a nearby dove. This was the sound of beginnings, the first sharp cry of a newborn piercing the veil of night, announcing that life, in all its fragile beauty, had arrived once more. As the sun broke the horizon, casting golden rays across the landscape, the villagers gathered, whispering prayers and hopeful wishes. They spoke of the child's future, of laughter, of first steps, and of dreams yet to unfold. Each heartbeat of the newborn was a promise, a thread woven into the fabric of existence. But alongside that promise lingered an unspoken truth. Life was not only about beginnings. For every birth, there was a death, a closing chapter that whispered its own stories. Not far from the village, an elder lay on her bed of worn blankets, the lines of her face telling tales of joy and sorrow. Her breath came in shallow waves, each one a struggle against the inevitable. The children of the village, who had once marveled at her tales, now gathered around her, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. The elder was a keeper of history, a bridge between the past and the future. Her stories had shaped their lives, and now they clung to her, hoping to capture her essence before she slipped away. In these moments, time seemed to waver. The flurry of life filled the air, while the quiet weight of death loomed just beyond the edges. It was a dance of shadows and light, a cycle that played out across generations. The villagers had long understood this rhythm. They celebrated births with feasting and laughter, honoring new life as though it were the most precious gift. Yet, they also mourned the departures with profound sorrow, honoring those who had walked among them with reverence. In the annals of history, the cycles of life have been chronicled through countless civilizations. Ancient Egyptians revered life and death as intertwined aspects of the same divine journey. The pharaohs were buried with treasures, ensuring their passage to the afterlife, while the peasants honored their ancestors in vibrant festivals, believing that the spirits guided them from beyond. In stark contrast, the Spartans, with their warrior ethos, viewed death as a noble end, glorifying those who fell in battle as heroes who achieved the ultimate honor. As the elder exhaled, her spirit left a void in the room, as if the air itself mourned her absence. The children clung to each other, feeling a chill creep into their bones. The village was no longer the same. There was a palpable emptiness, a reminder of their own fragility. Life continued outside, unyielding and relentless. A young mother in the village, cradling her newborn, felt an ache in her heart, the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her. She could hear the echoes of those who had come before her, their wisdom mingling with the cries of her child. A celebration was planned for the new life, as was customary. But this time, the joy felt bittersweet. As lanterns were lit and laughter filled the night, an undercurrent of loss lingered in the air. The villagers danced and sang, but their eyes occasionally drifted toward the elder's empty hut. They honored her memory through their celebration, each laugh a tribute, each dance a silent acknowledgement of the cycle they were all a part of. In the distant past, the Mayans believed that death was merely a passage to another realm, a transformation rather than an end. They performed elaborate rituals, honoring the dead with offerings of food and flowers. Life and death were threads in a grand tapestry, woven together by the actions of the living. Their temples stood tall, a testament to the belief that the spirits lived on, influencing the lives of those left behind. In this small village, the elder's house had become a temple of sorts, a sacred space where life and death converged. As the night wore on, an elder's final breath echoed like a whisper among the stars. The villagers, hearts heavy with grief, began to share stories of their own encounters with loss. The father who had fallen to illness, the brother lost in the war, the mother who had slipped away quietly in the night. Each story was a thread, drawing them closer together, binding their shared experience into a rich tapestry of love, loss, and hope. Nearby, the young mother gazed at her child, moments of fear and doubt crashing against waves of fierce protectiveness. She knew her child would one day face the same cycle, birth, growth, and the inevitability of death. Yet, standing there, she felt the strength of her ancestors flowing through her veins, the stories of those who had come before, urging her to cherish every moment. In the quiet stillness that enveloped the village, the realization dawned. Life was fleeting, a delicate dance between joy and sorrow. They were all part of something larger, a never-ending cycle that connected them through time. The weight of loss transformed into a celebration of life, honoring those who had shaped them while nurturing the new souls that would continue the journey. As the first light of dawn broke once again, the village awoke to the sounds of life and death intertwined. The memories of the elder lingered in the air, and the echoes of laughter and tears danced together in a symphony of existence. Each villager carried with them the knowledge that in every heartbeat, in every breath, they were living stories yet to be told, stories that would someday become the fabric of the next cycle. The dance of life continued, unbroken and eternal, drawing them all closer to the mysteries that lay beyond. There's a time for everything. This is the message whispered through the ages, echoing in the chambers of the human heart. Just as the sun rises and falls, marking the passage of days, The seasons of life weave through moments of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. In the ancient land of Israel, where the hills are kissed by the warm glow of the sun and the valleys cradle the coolness of twilight, the wisdom of a king named Solomon captures the essence of life itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the crumbling stones of Jerusalem, the air grew heavy with the weight of thoughts unspoken. Solomon, wise beyond his years yet burdened by the questions of existence, penned words that would echo through time, each line a reflection of the cycles that govern every heartbeat. His ink flowed like the stream of time, capturing the rhythm of life, moments where laughter danced like fireflies and sorrow felt as deep as the ocean. A time to be born and a time to die. The simple yet profound opening struck a chord within every soul. It was a reminder that the beauty of life is birthed alongside its inevitable end. In villages, parents cradled newborns, their hopes and dreams wrapped tightly in swaddling cloth, while the elderly looked back on decades past, their stories threaded with both triumph and regret. Each birth brought with it the promise of tomorrow, while each farewell whispered the truth of life's fragility. In the marketplace, the sounds of bargaining and laughter filled the air, but beneath it all lay an undercurrent of longing. A merchant, his hands calloused from labor, counted coins in the fading light, and with each clang, he felt the weight of choices made. The years had flown by, and he wondered if his hard work had filled his heart or merely his pockets. Life had gifted him wealth, but what had it cost him? The rhythm of his existence was a dance between gain and loss, hope and despair, a time to weep and a time to laugh. The villagers, gathered for a feast, shared their tales of joy and heartache. Laughter erupted like fireworks, bright and fleeting, while behind the smiles lay the shadows of loss. A young woman shared a story of love found and lost, her voice trembling as she recounted the day she watched the man of her dreams walk away. The air crackled with emotion, and for a moment, the crowd felt her pain, a collective heartbeat of understanding and compassion. Tears fell, mingling with laughter, and in that sacred moment, the villagers realized that both joy and sorrow were threads in the tapestry of life. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. Solitary figures walked the streets, their hearts heavy with unspoken words. A father, yearning for his son, stood by the door, waiting for the familiar footsteps that never came. Meanwhile, in a nearby house, a mother clung to her daughter, her embrace a fortress against the outside world. Love and loss intertwined like ivy on a stone wall, reminding everyone of the dual nature of relationships. It was in the silence of longing that the deepest connections were forged, binding hearts even in absence. As the winds shifted, whispers of change filled the air. A time to seek and a time to lose. A farmer, weary from toiling under the sun, pondered the seeds he had sown. The fields, once lush and vibrant, showed signs of drought. He could feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him, the fear of failure gnawing at his spirit. Yet, he clung to hope, knowing that seasons would turn and that life would blossom again. In the hushed moments before dawn, he would kneel in the soil, praying for rain, for renewal, for the chance to reclaim what he had lost. The churning of time brought forth moments of reckoning, a time to keep and a time to cast away. In the corners of dusty attics and warm hearths, treasures and memories lay buried. A grandmother, bent with age, rummaged through old boxes, her fingers tracing the edges of faded photographs and the brittle pages of letters long forgotten. Each item held a story, a fragment of a life lived fully, yet she knew it was time to let go. With tears in her eyes, she shared her treasures with her grandchildren, imparting wisdom along with memories, creating a bridge between the past and future. Suddenly, the winds shifted again, carrying messages of urgency. A time to tear and a time to mend. The tension in the air thickened as arguments erupted among friends over trivial matters. Words were flung like arrows, sharp and painful, leaving wounds in their wake. But amidst the chaos, there were moments of reckoning. A deep breath taken, an apology offered, a hand extended in forgiveness. In the midst of conflict, the beauty of reconciliation shone through, a reminder that healing is born from vulnerability. As the evening sky deepened into indigo, casting a blanket of stars overhead, the weight of time settled heavily upon the shoulders of the people. A time for peace. In that moment, unity blossomed. Families gathered around fires, sharing stories and dreams, their laughter rising to touch the heavens. Strangers became friends, hands clasped in solidarity. The world outside faded, and for a fleeting instant, all that mattered was the warmth of connection, the shared understanding of life's transient nature. And as the last embers of the fire glowed softly, illuminating familiar faces, the dawn of a new season awaited just beyond the horizon. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, like a guardian spirit, reminding all of the tapestry woven through time. Each thread, each moment, intertwined and eternal, leading them all toward the next chapter yet to unfold. A grand mansion stood at the end of a long, winding driveway, its walls adorned with shimmering gold leaf and its gardens meticulously trimmed. Inside, silken curtains framed tall windows that overlooked manicured lawns, a scenic illusion of paradise. But in the flickering shadows of this opulence, whispers of dissatisfaction echoed like a haunting melody. The air was thick with the scent of wealth, a mixture of expensive perfumes and polished wood, but beneath that surface shimmer lay the cold truth of emptiness. As guests arrived for an extravagant soiree, a symphony of laughter and clinking glasses filled the air. They donned the finest silks and gems, each piece a badge of honor in the unquenchable race for affluence. Yet, behind every radiant smile flickered a shadow of uncertainty, a knowing that this pursuit could never truly satisfy the soul. The wealthy elite watched each other with envious eyes, each chasing the mirage of happiness like moths drawn to a flame. Once upon a time, in a world far removed from this flashy gathering, prosperity was measured differently. In ancient Rome, citizens built grandiose temples and shared vast feasts, but their true wealth lay in community and legacy. The poet Horace once wrote, "The greatest wealth is to live content with little." People of that era found richness in friendship, wisdom, and shared experiences, not just in the gold and silver that adorned their homes or their bodies. Fast forward to the present, and those values seem far removed from a society that often equates success with the accumulation of things. An old woman named Agnes, who had lived through the Great Depression, watched the gala from a distance. Her hands trembled as she held a simple bouquet of wildflowers, the only gift she could afford. To her, those flowers represented life, joy, and the beauty of nature, things that could not be bought, but rather experienced. Standing outside the mansion, she felt the weight of 1,000 memories, each one a reminder of what true wealth meant. Inside, conversations buzzed around her like frantic bees, each person vying for attention, each word a thread in the intricate tapestry of social status. In that moment, she caught sight of a young man, Martin, standing alone, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Despite his fine tailored suit and gleaming watch, his heart raced not from excitement, but from anxiety. He had climbed the corporate ladder to earn his position among the elite, yet here he felt like an intruder, a ghost gliding through a world he had secretly longed for yet could never embrace. As the clock struck midnight, the lavish party began to wane, and the laughter took on an echoing hollowness. The chandeliers glittered like stars, but they cast long shadows of doubt. Conversations turned to whispers of deals struck and fortunes lost, each story more gripping than the last, yet laced with an undercurrent of fear. Suddenly, the realization hit Martin like a bolt of lightning. What was it all for? He had chased money, accolades, and recognition, a pursuit that felt increasingly futile. Outside, Agnes watched as the guests spilled into the night, still adorned in their jewels, their laughter ringing hollow. She felt compassion for them, knowing they were trapped in a relentless cycle. She recalled her childhood, where a loaf of bread shared among neighbors meant more than a gold-plated dining set. "They're missing the beauty," she whispered to herself, "the beauty of connection." In those quiet moments under the stars, her heart ached for a different kind of wealth, one that filled the void inside rather than deepened it. She thought of the time she and her friends had danced barefoot in the rain, laughter mingling with the sound of thunder. A memory worth more than all the riches in the world. Back at the mansion, Martin caught Agnes's eye through the open door. Something in her weathered face struck a chord deep within him. As he stepped outside, the noise faded, replaced by the peaceful rustle of leaves. He approached her, curiosity fluttering in his chest. "What do you think of all this?" he asked, gesturing towards the fading glamour of the party. Agnes smiled gently, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "It seems beautiful, but it feels empty, doesn't it? Like a grand painting with no soul." Her words pierced through the veil of his discomfort, revealing a truth he had long avoided. Martin nodded slowly, his heart racing not from glamour but from understanding. He felt an electric connection with Agnes, an unspoken bond that transcended wealth and status. In her presence, he could breathe. "I thought if I had enough money, I'd be happy," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "But now, I'm not so sure." Agnes looked deep into his eyes, seeing the flicker of hope intertwined with doubt. "Happiness isn't something you can buy. It's in the laughter you share, the kindness you show, and the memories you create." With each word, the weight of materialism that had shackled him felt a little lighter, like chains breaking under the strain. The night air buzzed with possibility as they stood together, two souls adrift in a sea of superficiality. Just as the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, a sudden and deafening crash shattered the peaceful moment. Martin turned, heart pounding. The grand chandelier above the ballroom had come crashing down, sending shards of glass and fragments of dreams scattering across the marble floor. Gasps erupted from the guests as they stumbled back, their faces pale with shock. What was once a symbol of opulence now lay in ruins, an omen of the fragility that comes with a life built solely on materialism. In that chaotic moment, the true essence of wealth was revealed, not in the glimmering possessions nor the status symbols, but in the connections forged in vulnerability. As the guests scrambled to understand what had happened, Martin and Agnes stood their ground, united in their newfound clarity. The once dazzling night shifted into a tapestry woven with the threads of truth, and amidst the fear and confusion, the question lingered in the air like an unspoken promise. What would they choose to pursue now? Would they continue in the relentless chase for material wealth, or would they dare to seek a deeper, more meaningful existence? In that liminal space, where shadows danced between despair and hope, the two souls found themselves at a pivotal crossroads. As the world around them began to change, they felt the stirring of something profound. Would they step away from the glittering facade and into the light of genuine connection? The answer awaited just beyond the horizon, flickering like a distant star, guiding them toward a new dawn. In the opulent halls of the Palace of Versailles, the air shimmered with the scent of jasmine and the faintest hint of decadence. Candles flickered like stars against the gilded ceilings, illuminating the faces of the courtiers who danced with abandon, their laughter mingling with the strains of a lively orchestra. Yet, beneath the surface of this lavish celebration, the specter of vanity loomed large, casting shadows over every moment of joy. Marie Antoinette, the queen, stood enthroned in the midst of it all, her exquisite gown adorned with pearls and lace, as fragile as the dreams that had brought her from Austria to France. The people adored her for her beauty, yet the whispers of discontent echoed through the corridors of power. The very same courtiers who admired her lavish lifestyle in one breath would, in another, criticize her for the extravagance that drained the treasury. The tension hung thick in the air, a palpable reminder that pleasure often comes at a price. In a hidden alcove, a young servant girl leaned against the cool stone wall, her heart racing as she watched the queen twirl, her laughter bright and intoxicating. The girl envied the queen's freedom, her glittering world of finery, yet she was also painfully aware of the chains that bound her to a life of servitude. The girl's dreams flickered like the candle flames, so close, yet impossibly distant. It was a bittersweet duet, the queen's joy contrasting sharply with the girl's longing. As the night wore on, the intoxicating allure of pleasure began to fray at the edges. The laughter grew slightly too loud, the music a touch too frenetic. The queen, lost in the euphoria of the moment, failed to notice the worried glances exchanged among the nobles. Rumors of famine and unrest swirled outside the palace walls. Yet within these gilded chambers, the dance continued, an extravagant display of denial. In the corner, a man named Count Fersen watched with a mixture of admiration and concern. He had been a loyal friend to the queen, often indulging her whims, but tonight, he sensed an uneasy shift in the atmosphere. The thrill of pleasure was transforming into a shallow game of vanity. He could see the faces of the courtiers, their eyes glinting not with admiration, but with envy and ambition. Each smile masked a dagger aimed at the heart of the queen's reign. "Let them dance," a voice whispered in his mind. "But how long can this masquerade last?" The count's heart raced, a sense of impending doom tightening around him like a noose. The queen, radiant and oblivious, was a beacon of light, but even the brightest flames could be extinguished by the winds of change. In a moment of clarity, the queen caught his eye, and for a fleeting instant, the world around them faded. They shared a knowing glance, a silent acknowledgement of the storm brewing just beyond the palace gates. The music swelled, and with it came a wave of desperation. A need to hold onto this fleeting moment of joy, as if it could somehow shield them from the harsh realities encroaching upon their lives. Meanwhile, outside the opulent walls of Versailles, the streets of Paris were alive with unrest. The scent of revolution hung thick in the air, mingling with the smell of bread and the bitterness of despair. The common people, once enamored by the queen's elegance, now felt the weight of their hunger pressing upon them like an iron shackle. Whispers of discontent turned into shouts, and the delicate balance of pleasure and vanity began to crumble. The queen, unaware of the chaos brewing just outside her bubble of indulgence, continued to dance, her every twirl fueled by the intoxicating rush of adoration and envy. Yet, with each passing moment, the laughter grew more strained, the smiles more brittle. The boundaries of enjoyment began to blur, revealing the undercurrents of greed and desire that fueled the very party meant to celebrate her. In the depths of the night, as the revelry reached a fevered pitch, a sudden silence fell over the ballroom. The music halted, and one by one, the courtiers turned to the grand entrance. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, an emissary from the people. The air crackled with tension as he stepped forward, bearing news that would shatter the illusion of joy. "Your Highness," he began, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "The people cry out for justice, for bread. They are no longer content to watch you dance while they suffer." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of reality. The queen's heart raced, panic threading through her veins like ice. Her world of pleasure, so carefully crafted, now teetered on the edge of destruction. For a moment, time stood still. The laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence that echoed in the hearts of all present. The tension was palpable as the courtiers exchanged furtive glances, and the queen's gaze flickered from the emissary to Count Fersen, whose face reflected both concern and determination. A storm was brewing, and they could feel the winds of change whipping through the halls of power. The queen's mind raced. What could she say to quell the unrest? How could she bridge the chasm between her world of luxury and the harsh realities faced by her subjects? The thrill of pleasure began to fade, replaced by a gnawing emptiness and the realization that vanity had its limits. She had danced on borrowed time, and now the music was fading. As the reality of the situation seeped in, the shadows of vanity crept closer, threatening to engulf her. The pleasure she had so eagerly embraced now felt like a gilded cage, locking her within its confines. The laughter of the courtiers echoed hollowly in her ears, a reminder that enjoyment could only be sustained for so long before the inevitable crash of consequences tore through the facade. And so, in that fleeting moment, the queen stood at the precipice of her own existence, teetering between the world of pleasure she coveted and the harsh truth demanding her attention. With every heartbeat, the tension built, a swirling storm of emotion that refused to be contained. The music had stopped, but the dance of fate had only just begun. a tumultuous symphony playing out in the shadows of history. The wind howled through the crumbling ruins of an ancient city, sending leaves swirling like lost souls searching for a way home. Amidst the remains of stone walls and forgotten dreams, one could almost hear the whispers of those who walked the earth centuries ago. It was a place steeped in history, where wisdom and folly danced a timeless waltz, each step echoing with the triumphs and failures of humankind. At the foot of a decaying marble statue, a scholar named Lysander traced the elegant lines of the figure, an emblem of wisdom personified. With furrowed brows and ink-stained fingers, he had dedicated his life to understanding the delicate balance between knowledge and ignorance. Every book he pored over, every scroll he deciphered, whispered tales of brilliance and foolishness, and the price of each. The statue gazed down, a silent guardian of truths lost and lessons learned. In a nearby tavern, laughter roared like thunder, drowning out the storm outside. The air was thick with the scent of ale and roasted meat. Here, a man named Marcus held court, his anecdotes spinning tales that captivated hearts and minds, yet often danced dangerously close to the edge of absurdity. The patrons leaned in, enthralled, as he regaled them with stories of his reckless escapades, each punchline a reckless gamble tossed into the air. Folly had its charms, its allure wrapped tightly like a warm blanket around the cold of reality. Just beyond the tavern, a group of soldiers prepared for battle, their faces set with determination. Among them was Cassius, a commander revered both for his valor and his wisdom in strategy. He often pondered the weight of choices, knowing that the decisions made at this moment could either lead to glory or ruin. He recalled the tale of the famed General Hannibal, who famously crossed the Alps with his army, a move deemed foolish by many, but one that ultimately secured his place in history. Yet Cassius also remembered the tragic outcomes of those who acted without foresight, like the ill-fated Icarus, who soared too close to the sun, burning away the very wings that lifted him. As the soldiers readied themselves, a chilling silence enveloped the distance. It was a reminder that the line between wisdom and folly was often a razor's edge, one that could cut deep and leave lasting scars. The clanking of armor resonated against the distant rumble of thunder, a prelude to the violence that would soon unfold. Every heart beat with a mix of anticipation and dread, a dance that mirrored the chaos of their choices. In the dim light of his study, Lysander found himself lost in thought, flipping through ancient texts. The words of Socrates echoed in his mind. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. This truth weighed heavy. He remembered the tragic fate of King Solomon, who, despite his legendary wisdom, allowed his desires to lead him astray. It was folly that caused his kingdom's downfall, a reminder that even the wisest among us could fall prey to their own desires. Outside, the storm intensified, rain lashing against the windows like a desperate plea for attention. The tavern patrons, unaware of the brewing chaos, continued to drink and laugh, oblivious to the shadows lurking just beyond the glow of the firelight. Marcus, with a glimmer in his eye, recounted a tale of a foolish wager he had made just days before, a bet that nearly cost him his life. The irony dripped from his voice, reveling in the ridiculousness of it all. Yet beneath the laughter, a twinge of unease settled among the listeners. Was folly truly something to celebrate? In the midst of this, Cassius's voice rose above the clamor, calling his men to order. Remember, it is not just courage that wins battles, but the wisdom to choose your fights. His words hung in the air, a weighty reminder that wisdom often comes at a steep price. The soldiers nodded, faces resolute, yet uncertainty lingered in their eyes. As the first clash of swords rang out in the distance, the atmosphere shifted. The tavern's laughter turned to whispers, eyes wide with fear. Each man and woman there could sense the impending storm, not just of nature, but of fate itself. The folly of ignorance loomed closer, a shadow threatening to swallow their revelry whole. Lysander, drawn by an instinct he could not name, felt a pull toward the chaos outside. The scholar, once lost in his books, now craved the pulse of the world beyond his walls. He stepped into the rain, the cold droplets piercing his skin, awakening senses dulled by years of solitude. The roar of battle echoed in his ears, a stark reminder that life was a series of choices, each one a thread weaving the tapestry of existence. In that moment, wisdom and folly collided. The soldiers charged forward, hearts pounding, minds racing, while the tavern-goers, still clinging to laughter, remained blind to the path of destruction unfolding just beyond their reach. Lysander watched as the choices of men weaved a web of fate, some choosing courage, others abandoning reason for the thrill of the moment. And in the distance, the storm raged on, the wind howling through the ruins, as if mourning the inevitable consequences of decisions made and paths chosen. The statue of wisdom stood tall, a reminder of what could be achieved through foresight, while the echoes of folly rang out through the ages, a haunting reminder of humanity's propensity to stray from the path of reason. The dance continued, the waltz of wisdom and folly turning ever more intricate, each step a heartbeat in the chaos of existence, leaving behind the question that lingered in the air. What price are we willing to pay for our choices? In the flickering candlelight of a humble cottage, an old man kneels beside a weathered wooden table, his gnarled hands trembling as they clasp a frayed prayer book. Outside, the storm rages, thunder crashing like a furious war drum. In that moment, as the wind howls, a profound stillness surrounds the man, enveloping him in a cocoon of faith. He whispers to the heavens, pleading for guidance, for strength, for a sign. The air thickens with anticipation, and as a soft glow permeates the room, he feels an unmistakable presence, his heart racing with hope. He is not alone. God is listening. Throughout history, countless souls have found themselves in similar moments, navigating the turbulent waters of life, clutching at the threads of faith to keep afloat. The ancient Egyptians built awe-inspiring pyramids, believing their pharaohs would ascend to the afterlife with the gods by their side. Their hearts weighed against a feather to determine their fate. Each stone, each hieroglyph, whispered tales of devotion, hope, and the impact of divine intervention in earthly journeys. The gods they worshipped were not distant figures. They were tangible forces shaping destinies. As centuries rolled on, the Israelites wandered through the desert under the guidance of a pillar of fire, their faith a beacon in the suffocating darkness. The Exodus was not merely an escape from slavery but a testament to God's promise, etched in the hearts of every believer. They marched forward, weary yet unyielding, their trust in the divine unbroken despite the harshness of their surroundings. Each step was a declaration of faith, a reminder that God shaped their path, illuminating their way with an unwavering light. In the medieval ages, when the world was shrouded in superstition and fear, the church wielded immense power, often cloaked in a mantle of divine authority. Kings and queens knelt before the altar, their crowns resting lightly on their heads as they sought blessings for their reigns. The very fabric of society was woven through the threads of faith, and the echoes of sermons filled the air, stirring hearts and igniting passions. The Crusades surged forth, a fervent belief propelling men to fight for sacred lands, convinced that God was on their side. The clash of swords echoed the belief that divine will determine the outcomes of earthly battles. But history is not merely a tapestry of piety. It is also fraught with the struggle between faith and doubt, light and shadow. The Age of Enlightenment cast a pall over traditional beliefs, as reason and empirical knowledge began to challenge the once absolute authority of the divine. Thinkers like Voltaire and Rousseau questioned the role of God, igniting a flame of skepticism that crackled through the hearts of many. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, fervent prayers still rose from the hearts of the oppressed, echoing off the cold stone walls of prisons and places of despair. The human spirit, resilient and unyielding, continued to seek solace in the belief that God had a purpose for every suffering soul. In the annals of American history, the whispers of divine will were ever present, guiding the founding fathers in their quest for liberty. When Thomas Jefferson penned the Declaration of Independence, he invoked the notion of a creator, acknowledging the divine hand in the birth of a new nation. The belief that one could pursue happiness as a God-given right ignited a flame of revolution, a collective heartbeat of a nation yearning for freedom. The stories of ordinary people caught in the whirlwind of change are emblazoned in the fabric of this land. Each one a testament to the unyielding belief that God was on their side, guiding their footsteps through the chaos. As the years turned, the world saw devastating wars wage on, each a brutal reminder of humanity's darker side. But even amidst the carnage, stories emerged from the ashes, stories of compassion and bravery. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers from opposing sides laid down their weapons on Christmas Eve, sharing moments of faith and humanity. They sang carols, candles flickering in the darkness, belief rising above the sound of gunfire. In that silence, the divine presence felt palpably real, bridging the divide between enemies, reminding them of their shared humanity. In the throes of the civil rights movement, the voice of God resounded through the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. Martin Luther King Jr. stood before thousands, his voice laced with passion and conviction. He spoke of the promised land, a vision infused with divine promise, urging the nation to rise above hate and embrace love. His words were not just rhetoric. They were a call to action, echoing through the hearts of every person who dared to hope. In that turbulent era, faith was both a refuge and a source of unyielding power, a reminder that God's presence could spark revolutions and bring about profound change. As the sun sets on another chapter of history, the stories of faith intertwine with the stories of humanity, creating a vibrant mosaic of hope, struggle, and divine connection. Each heart carries whispers of God's influence, the guiding force that shapes destinies in ways often unseen. The single mother, working tirelessly to provide for her children, finds strength in her prayers. The weary traveler, lost in the midst of uncertainty, feels a gentle hand guiding him forward. In these moments, the veil between the sacred and the mundane thins, revealing the divine dance that connects all lives. The role of God in human affairs is a living, breathing testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the ceaseless quest for meaning. As stories unfold, as hearts break and heal, the divine remains an ever-present force, nudging, guiding, and sometimes challenging those who dare to believe. In every whispered prayer, in each act of kindness, the sacred intermingles with the everyday, a reminder that no life is lived in isolation from the divine reach. And as the pages of history continue to turn, the tapestry of human experience weaves an intricate pattern, each thread a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the divine. In the shadow of a crumbling cathedral, a storm raged overhead, the lightning piercing the darkness like a divine accusation. A small congregation huddled inside the stone walls, their faces illuminated by flickering candles, each flame a testament to their fragile hope. It was here, amidst the echoes of hymns and the scent of damp earth, that the age-old question lingered in the air. Why do the righteous suffer? The Reverend, a man of gentle spirit and unwavering faith, stood at the pulpit with weary eyes. He was a vessel of solace, yet the weight of despair wrapped around him like a heavy cloak. Outside, the wind howled like a chorus of lost souls, as if the universe itself mourned the injustices of life. "There was a time," he began, "when we thought suffering was punishment for sin. But what of the innocent? What of those who have done no wrong?" In that moment, the memory of Job, the biblical figure who lost everything yet refused to curse the heavens, crept into the minds of the congregation. They recalled how he stood amidst ashes, scraping his wounds with broken pottery, still proclaiming, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." The stark contrast of his unwavering faith against the backdrop of overwhelming despair sent chills down their spines. Beyond the church, history echoed with stories of righteous suffering. The whispers of ancient Athens filled the room, the trial of Socrates, who chose death over silence, standing firm in his principles. He drank the hemlock, a slow and painful demise, while the world watched in awe. Why did he suffer? Was it for the greater good? Did his sacrifice purify the air of philosophical inquiry that followed? As the Reverend spoke, the congregation imagined the faces of the innocent throughout history, those who had fought for justice only to meet tragic ends. They thought of Martin Luther King Jr., who, just as the storm outside, faced a deluge of hatred and violence for advocating peace and equality. His voice, like thunder, resonated with a cry for freedom, but it was silenced too soon. Each life lost stirred a deep ache, a recognition of the cruel whims of fate. The tension in the room grew thick, mirroring the storm outside. A gust of wind rattled the windows, and for a moment, the candles flickered ominously, as if the very light was battling against the encroaching darkness. The Reverend raised his voice, passion igniting within him. Why do they suffer? Perhaps it is so we might learn. Perhaps it is to awaken the compassion buried in our hearts. Yet, the congregation wrestled with the notion. Was it truly a higher purpose that dictated their pain? As the thunder rumbled like the very voice of God, doubts surged like tidal waves. They thought of those who suffered in silence, the children caught in the crossfire of war, the elderly left cold and forgotten. The images haunted them, a relentless ache that gnawed at their souls. In a moment of silence, a young girl, Sarah, her wide eyes glistening with unshed tears, whispered, "But why must the innocent bear the burden?" Her words hung in the air, a delicate thread weaving through the fabric of their shared grief. The Reverend paused, his heart heavy with her question. He remembered the Holocaust, the 6 million lives extinguished for the crime of existence. He thought of Anne Frank, her diary echoing the dreams of a young girl trapped in a world of unimaginable horror. Her laughter, cut short, became a symbol of the innocence lost, a reminder of all the potential snuffed out by hate and fear. The Reverend's voice trembled as he spoke of her legacy, the poignant words that turned suffering into hope for generations to come. A sob broke through the silence, a raw, heart-wrenching sound. It was not just Sarah. It was the embodiment of collective grief, the weight of history resting on fragile shoulders. The storm outside intensified, matching the turmoil within. The congregation could almost feel the pain of every righteous soul who had suffered unjustly. Each drop of rain a tear shed for those who had become martyrs of truth, justice, and love. In that sacred moment, the Reverend felt a shift, a flicker of understanding. Perhaps suffering is a catalyst, he said, his voice steadying. Not just a burden, but a call to action. It compels us to rise, to fight against the tide of injustice, to be the light in the dark. The idea surged through the room, igniting a spark of resilience amid despair. But just as hope flickered, a chilling thought swept over them. If suffering were indeed a catalyst, what about the suffering that seemed senseless? The victims of natural disasters, the innocents caught in the chaos of human folly, the ones who never had a chance to fight back. The righteous suffering in the face of an indifferent universe. The Reverend glanced out the window, where the tempest raged like the very fury of creation. Was it a divine test, a cosmic riddle with no solution? The congregation's breaths hitched. The storm mirrored their internal struggle, a battle between faith and doubt. The gentle flicker of the candles dimmed against the roaring storm outside, as if reflecting their own flickering hope. With every heartbeat, they were reminded of the tapestry of existence, woven with threads of joy and sorrow, love and loss. Each thread was a story, a life lived, a righteous soul fighting against the odds. Perhaps, just perhaps, that was the answer. The reason for suffering was not to deliver punishment, but to connect them, to draw them closer together in shared human experience. Then came the loudest crash of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the church. For an instant, the world outside felt like it had been cast into chaos, and within the hearts of the congregation, a new tension rose, a mixture of fear and determination. The Reverend clenched his fists, feeling every righteous life that had endured suffering, every heart that had broken yet continued to beat, every voice that dared to speak truth in a world that often turned deaf. The storm became a metaphor, a reflection of their struggle. It pushed them to confront the age-old question of why the righteous suffer, to find meaning even in darkness. The candles flickered defiantly, illuminating their faces with a commitment to story and struggle. And as the wind howled outside, they felt a sense of unity, an understanding that their suffering was not in vain. It was an invitation to rise, to act, and to stand firm against the chaos. The Reverend's heart raced. His soul ignited with the realization that while suffering may be unavoidable, it could also be transformative. Like the storm that rages to cleanse the earth, within their pain lay the seeds of change. Each story of suffering would be honored, every righteous soul remembered, and from the depths of despair, they would emerge, united in their quest for justice, compassion, and ultimately, love. And so, as the storm howled outside, the congregation found themselves intertwined in the threads of history, poised on the brink of an awakening. The question of suffering loomed over them, vast and unyielding. Yet within their hearts glimmered a fragile but unbreakable thread of hope, ready to weave into the next chapter of their journey. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over a graveyard, where tombstones whispered tales of lives once lived. Each stone bore a name, a reminder of fleeting moments, laughter, and love that had now turned to dust. It was a chilling scene, yet it felt oddly serene. A quiet acceptance hung in the air, as if the very essence of life had reconciled itself with the inevitability of death. In the days of ancient Egypt, pharaohs believed that their journey did not end in the tomb. Elaborate pyramids were built, filled with treasures meant to accompany them into the afterlife. They wrapped their dead in linens, adorned them with jewels, and filled their coffins with food and drink, as if to say, "You will not be forgotten." But history tells us that even the mightiest, those who commanded armies and constructed monuments, ultimately succumbed to the same fate. The golden sarcophagus of Tutankhamun, once a symbol of wealth and power, now lies silent, a testament to the truth that no crown can shield one from the grip of mortality. Fast forward to the quiet streets of Florence during the Renaissance, where the brilliant minds of the age pondered existence. Leonardo da Vinci sketched human anatomy, peeling back layers of flesh to reveal the delicate workings within. In his notebooks, he mused not only about the beauty of the human form but the fragility of it as well. In a city bustling with art and life, the specter of death haunted the alleyways, reminding the living that every brushstroke, every note, every word penned in ink would one day fade. The haunting beauty of Michelangelo's sculptures echoed this truth. Marble forms imbued with life, yet forever imprisoned in stone. They stood as a paradox, a celebration of life carved from the permanence of death. Across the ocean, in the jungles of the Aztec Empire, people celebrated death with vibrant festivals. They believed that death was not an end but a passage to another realm. Skulls adorned with colorful paint decorated their homes, and in the shadows of towering temples, music and laughter echoed. Yet beneath the revelry lay a deep understanding of life's transience. The warriors who returned from battle carried with them the weight of those who had fallen, honoring their memories in rituals that blurred the lines between life and death. The Aztecs danced with the dead, refusing to let the inevitability of death cast a pall over their existence. As centuries rolled on, the layers of civilization grew thick with stories of mortality. The Black Death swept through Europe in the 14th century, claiming millions of lives. It left a stain on history, a reminder of humanity's fragility. Streets that once bustled with life fell silent, and the air thickened with fear. Yet even in despair, people sought meaning. Artists depicted the dance of death, a macabre reminder that no one, rich or poor, could escape the inevitable. Death, once feared, became a companion, a figure waltzing through life, beckoning each soul towards its final curtain call. In the modern age, the skyscrapers that scrape the heavens serve as a contrast to the fragile, fleeting nature of life below. People rush through their days, often forgetting that time is a thief. In offices filled with glowing screens, discussions of deadlines and profits drown out the whispers of mortality. Yet in the quiet moments, when the world slows down, thoughts turn to the end waiting for everyone. It strikes in the most unexpected ways, through a phone call, a sudden illness, or simply the natural course of time. Consider a child's first encounter with death. A beloved pet, once a source of joy and play, lies still, its warmth gone forever. The innocent heart aches with a confusion that cannot be put into words. Why do things die? They ask. The adults around attempt to explain, their voices trembling with emotion, knowing that each answer is layered with their own fear of the unknown. It is a rite of passage, a moment when the weight of mortality settles in, heavy and unyielding. In hospitals, where life hangs in the balance, families gather in waiting rooms, hearts racing with hope and dread. The ticking clock becomes a reminder that every second counts, yet none can halt the march of time. The fragility of existence is palpable as loved ones hold each other, sharing stories, laughter, and tears. Every breath becomes significant, a testament to the bond of life, while outside, the world continues in blissful ignorance of their turmoil. Histories merge, and the present intertwines with the past. In ancient Greece, philosophers like Socrates challenged the notion of death, suggesting that it was merely a transition to another state of being. Yet, beneath the eloquent reasoning, there lay an undercurrent of fear, a recognition that the end is unavoidable. The discussions around the agora echo through time, reminding each new generation that death is not an enemy to be fought, but a companion to be understood. As the sun sets on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the world, the whispers of the past grow louder. They reach out, reminding everyone of their shared humanity, their collective fate. The graveyard stands as a silent witness to this truth, each name etched in stone, a reminder of the lives that danced, struggled, and ultimately surrendered to the inescapable. With each heartbeat, a story unfolds, a legacy that will linger long after the last breath is taken. In this world where life and death intertwine, the echoes of laughter, love, and loss resonate with a haunting beauty. The inevitable draw of mortality, a force that binds all souls, lingers in the air, a reminder that the end is but a part of a never-ending cycle. As the shadows stretch and the light fades, the question remains: what will be left behind when the final curtain falls? On a chilly evening in the small town of Lanesborough, a soft mist curled around the street lamps, casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. Inside the local tavern, laughter echoed off the wooden walls, weaving itself into the very fabric of the old building. It was a scene as timeless as the stars flickering above. A gathering of friends, neighbors, and even strangers, all drawn together by something deeper than mere proximity. In this moment, the world outside felt far away, and the burdens of life melted away like snow in the sun. As the sounds of clinking glasses and soft conversations filled the air, a fire crackled in the hearth, its flames dancing with a life of their own. There was something magical about that warmth, something that whispered of connection and belonging. It was here, in this cozy space, that the threads of community intertwined, creating a tapestry rich in history and emotion. Generations had come and gone, yet the essence of companionship remained, a bond that transcended time. Mabel, an elderly woman with silver hair and kind, crinkled eyes, sat at a corner table. Her hands, weathered by years of toil, cradled a steaming cup of tea. She had witnessed the ebb and flow of life in Lanesborough for over 80 years. Each line on her face told a story of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. She recalled a time when the town was a bustling hub of activity, filled with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the hearty voices of neighbors sharing tales. Mabel's thoughts drifted back to the summer of 1944, when the world was engulfed in the chaos of war. Young men from Lanesborough had left for distant battlefields, and while the town held its breath, the spirit of towardness grew stronger. Every week, the community gathered at the town square to share news, raise funds for the troops, and support each other. The townsfolk brought baked goods, knitted blankets, and letters, all infused with love and hope. It was a time of uncertainty, yet it strengthened the bonds that tied them together. At another table sat Thomas, a young boy with bright, curious eyes. He had grown up hearing Mabel's stories, her voice a soothing balm in a world that sometimes felt too big and too scary. He loved how she painted pictures with her words, bringing to life moments of bravery and kindness, showing how even in darkness, the light of companionship could shine through. Thomas often wondered if he would ever have the chance to be part of something that powerful. Across the room, the laughter of Lucas and Emma filled the air. They were newlyweds, their love a fresh bloom in the garden of life. Lucas, with his playful grin, often teased Emma about her obsession with gardening. But beneath the light-hearted banter, there was an unshakable foundation built on trust and understanding. They shared their dreams, fears, and ambitions, knowing that in each other, they had found a safe harbor. It was in these everyday moments that the essence of companionship revealed itself, a quiet strength that propelled them forward through both joy and hardship. As the evening wore on, the tavern transformed into a sanctuary of shared experiences. People from all walks of life, rich and poor, young and old, gathered to share their stories. It was here that they found solace, a reminder that they were not alone. The passing years were marked not just by the milestones of individuals, but by the collective heartbeat of the community. Mabel watched as the young and old danced around the fire, their laughter mingling with the flickering flames. It reminded her of the time when she herself was young, twirling under the stars with friends, their voices rising in joyous song. Those nights had forged bonds that lasted a lifetime, teaching her that while life could be unpredictable, love and friendship remained constants. In the midst of the celebration, the door swung open with a gust of wind, bringing in a chill that sent shivers down spines. All eyes turned as a cloaked figure stepped inside, shaking off the cold. It was a stranger, his face obscured, but the energy in the room shifted. The laughter faded momentarily, replaced by a charged silence. The stranger scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the warmth radiating from the hearth and the faces illuminated by the firelight. In that moment, a spark ignited among the townsfolk. It was a call to action, a reminder of their shared humanity. Mabel, with her heart guided by instinct, beckoned the stranger over. "Come, join us," she said, her voice warm and inviting. As he hesitated, she continued, "We're all friends here." It was an invitation that held the power to dissolve barriers, to break down walls built by fear and uncertainty. The stranger stepped into the light, revealing weary eyes that spoke of untold stories. With a hesitant smile, he took a seat among them, and the tension began to ebb. Questions flowed like the ale from the taps, and soon, the stranger was sharing tales of distant lands and experiences that stretched beyond the horizon of Lanesborough. The townspeople leaned in, captivated by the stories that wove threads of adventure into their own lives. As the night wore on, bonds formed in that tavern, echoing a truth as old as time itself. Companionship is not limited by time or space. It transcends barriers and builds bridges where none existed. History has shown that in times of crisis, be it war, famine, or natural disaster, communities have rallied together, their strength amplified by their connections with one another. The tales of resilience and hope were shared not just to remember the past, but to inspire the future. Meanwhile, Thomas, seated at Mabel's feet, watched in awe. His heart swelled with the realization that he too was part of this intricate tapestry. The warmth of their shared laughter, the stories that crossed generations, and the acceptance of the stranger all added to his understanding of what it meant to belong. He felt the weight of the world lift, even if just for a moment, as he realized that in this community, he was woven into something much larger than himself. Around the room, eyes glimmered with emotion, the fire casting warm shadows on faces filled with hope and joy. Here, in this moment, the essence of companionship was alive and breathing, a powerful force that promised to endure through trials and triumphs. The stories would continue to connect them, binding their hearts with invisible threads, echoing through time like the laughter that filled the tavern. As the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls, the conversations deepened. Each voice added to the symphony of togetherness, crafting a narrative that would resonate long after the last ember faded. The stranger, once an outsider, began to weave his own threads into this beautiful tapestry, a reminder that sometimes, all it takes is a small act of kindness to ignite a connection that can change everything. And so, the night rolled on, an endless cycle of stories waiting to unfold, each heartbeat echoing the truth that we are never truly alone. The sound of hammers striking iron echoed through the air like the heartbeat of a restless city. In the 19th century, The cobblestone streets of Manchester were alive with the clatter of industry, where men toiled in sweat-drenched shirts and women, faces marked with determination, worked alongside them in the ever-expanding factories. Each morning, they rose with the sun, but little did they know, their quest for fulfillment was about to clash with the relentless demands of their jobs. Thomas, a young blacksmith, felt the weight of the anvil pressing down on his soul. He swung his hammer with fierce intent, sparks flying like fireflies into the dim light of the workshop. The rhythmic clang of metal resonated within him, a haunting melody that stirred a deep longing. He envisioned a life where his craftsmanship was celebrated, not just a means to fill the pockets of faceless owners. Each strike carried a flicker of hope and despair, a reminder of the dreams he had cast aside for the sake of survival. At the same time, Clara, a seamstress in a nearby textile mill, threaded her needle with trembling hands. The din of machines roared around her, drowning out her thoughts. Day after day, she watched the fabric slip through her fingers, morphing from raw threads into garments that adorned the wealthy. Yet, she felt like a ghost in a world of vibrant colors, her own creativity suffocating under the weight of production quotas. Clara yearned to design, to create something that reflected her heart, but the machine's relentless tug kept her trapped in an assembly line, where her spirit faded with each passing hour. In a dimly lit pub, Thomas and Clara's paths converged one evening, their desires muted by the clamor of life. They shared tales over pints of ale, pouring their frustrations into the air. "Do you ever feel like we're just cogs in a machine?" Thomas asked, his voice barely rising above the chatter. Clara nodded, her eyes glistening with unspoken dreams. "Every day, I stitch clothes that will never feel the warmth of a soul. I want to create something beautiful, something that tells a story," she replied, her words tinged with longing. Their connection deepened as they discussed the relentless grind of labor, the pursuit of fulfillment overshadowed by the demands of survival. It was a conversation that echoed through the ages, a timeless struggle. In those moments, they imagined a world where work was not merely a burden but a celebration of passion and purpose. As the seasons turned, the Industrial Revolution raged on, a tempest of progress that swept through cities like a tidal wave. Factories multiplied, and with them the workforce grew. Yet, the glittering promise of prosperity often masked the stark reality of labor. Workers toiled for long hours in hazardous conditions, their dreams dulled by the monotony of endless tasks. The human spirit, once vibrant and alive, began to wither under the pressure of expectation. In the shadows of the factories, movements began to stir. Workers rallied together, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance, demanding better conditions, fair wages, and the right to pursue fulfillment in their labor. Clara and Thomas found themselves swept up in this tide, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. They marched alongside their fellow workers, chanting for change, their spirits igniting like kindling in a fire. Yet, the road to fulfillment was fraught with challenges. The authorities cracked down on protests, and the struggle for rights often turned violent. Thomas witnessed friends beaten, their bodies sprawled on the cobblestones, their dreams crushed beneath the weight of oppression. The vision of a world where work was fulfilling began to feel like a distant fantasy. But with Clara beside him, he felt a flicker of resilience, a spark that refused to be extinguished despite the darkness surrounding them. As the years passed, the struggle for labor rights transformed from whispers in dark corners to thunderous roars reverberating through the streets. The movement gained momentum, each victory a testament to the indomitable human spirit. The establishment of labor unions marked a historic turning point, a beacon of hope illuminating the path toward fulfillment. Workers demanded not just better conditions, but a chance to engage in work that resonated with their very essence. Clara's sewing machine became a tool for activism. She began to craft banners, stitching together words of hope and determination. Each thread was a testament to their shared struggle, a fabric woven with dreams and aspirations. She poured her heart into her creations, breathing life into what had once felt like mere labor. The banners fluttered in the wind during protests, symbols of resistance that ignited the hearts of those who saw them. Thomas, too, found a voice within the movement. He organized workshops for young blacksmiths, teaching them not just the mechanics of labor, but the artistry that could be found in their creations. He wanted them to understand that their work could be a reflection of their identity, a source of pride and fulfillment. The sparks that flew from his anvil became a metaphor for the passion that ignited within those who sought more than just survival. The struggle continued, a relentless tide that ebbed and flowed, but the vision of a fulfilling life through labor became clearer with each passing day. Workers rallied, inspired by the promise of a future where their efforts were honored and their spirits celebrated. They dreamed of workplaces that nurtured creativity, where the heartbeat of industry pulsed in harmony with the aspirations of the human soul. But just as hope grew, so too did the tension. The clash between progress and tradition became a battleground. The wealthy elite, fearing the loss of their power, struck back with fury. Clara and Thomas stood at the forefront, their resolve tested like never before. The stakes rose higher, and the fight for fulfillment became a finite struggle against an unyielding system. With each new challenge, they felt the weight of history pressing upon them. The labor movement was not just a fight for better wages. It was a quest for a legacy, a determination to shape the world for future generations. The air crackled with intensity, a palpable energy that surged through the streets as workers stood united, their voices rising like a powerful wave. And as night fell over the city, Thomas and Clara exchanged weary yet determined glances. Their hearts beat in sync, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. They understood that fulfillment was not just an individual quest. It was a collective journey, woven together by the threads of ambition, hope, and shared struggle. They were on the brink of change, and the world was watching as they prepared to ignite a revolution, not just in industry, but in the very essence of work itself. In the late summer of 1923, a small village in Italy came alive with sound and color. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden hue over everything, as laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets. Children chased each other, their squeals of delight mingling with the faint strumming of a guitar played by an old man sitting on the steps of his home. Behind him, the lush vineyards stretched out like emerald waves, promising a harvest that would nourish both body and spirit. In this moment, life was simple yet overflowing with joy. Yet, amid the laughter and festivities, there was a deeper truth simmering just below the surface. Life was fleeting. The villagers knew the weight of history. They carried the stories of ancestors who had faced hardships, wars, and the relentless passage of time. They understood that today's laughter could be tomorrow's silence. The very fabric of their existence was woven with threads of joy and sorrow, reminding them that each moment mattered. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced against the walls, the villagers gathered in the town square. They shared food, each dish a labor of love, rich with flavors that told stories of their heritage. The aroma of fresh bread mingled with roasted vegetables, while laughter bubbled up like the wine poured from handmade jugs. Here, in this communal feast, the essence of life blossomed, each bite a reminder that they were alive, that they were together, and that the simple act of sharing a meal could spark a profound connection. Yet, not everyone in the world shared this perspective. Across the globe, in a bustling metropolis, a man sat alone in a high-rise office, the sterile glow of his computer screen illuminating his weary face. His fingers danced over keys, crafting reports and projections that would never truly matter in the grand scheme of things. Outside, the city pulsed with life, but he felt like a ghost, a bystander in a world spinning madly around him. The contrast was stark. One village thrived in the warmth of human connection, while another succumbed to the cold grip of isolation. History has shown that many have felt this pull between joy and duty. During the Great Depression, people took to the streets to dance, to sing, and to celebrate what little they had. In the heart of despair, they found comfort in one another, creating moments that transcended their struggles. It was a collective understanding that life was not just about survival. It was about living fully, even in the face of adversity. The spirit of enjoyment became a rebellion against the harsh realities of the world. Back in the Italian village, As twilight settled in, the music swelled. People began to dance, moving with a rhythm that seemed to echo through centuries. Old traditions twisted with new steps, creating a tapestry of experiences that made the night vibrant and alive. The air was electric, charged with a sense of freedom and joy that enveloped everyone present. In those moments, worries dissolved, the past was forgotten, and tomorrow remained unwritten. The old man with the guitar played a tune that resonated deep within the hearts of the dancers. Each strum seemed to hold a memory of love lost, of dreams once cherished, of generations who had come before. It was a reminder that life, in all its chaos, was also a beautiful gift. As the music swirled around them, the villagers surrendered to the moment, their spirits lifting with each note, each beat. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the metropolis, the man in the office stared blankly at his screen. He had forgotten what it felt like to laugh without restraint, to dance without shame, to savor the sweetness of life unrestricted by the burden of expectations. The stories of his ancestors loomed over him, reminding him of the joys they had forged through hardship. They had fought for the very air he breathed, for the freedoms he often took for granted. Yet he was trapped in a cycle of monotony that stifled the joy they had sought. Moments stretched and twisted like the vines in the village, pulling him back to the simplicity of existence. What would his ancestors think of his choices? Would they see him as a guardian of their legacy or as a lost soul adrift in a sea of obligations? The weight of history pressed against him, urging him to awaken to the life that lay outside his office walls. As the Italian villagers danced under a canopy of stars, a young woman twirled in the center of the square, her laughter ringing out like a bell. She was a spark of joy, a living embodiment of every story ever told about the importance of seizing the moment. In her eyes, there was a fire, a fierce determination to embrace life fully, to savor every heartbeat, every breath. Her movements told a story of resilience, a dance of hope that could lift even the heaviest of hearts. In that moment, the man in the city felt a shift. An urge to break free, to run outside and feel the world alive around him, began to swell within. He envisioned the scent of fresh bread, the warmth of laughter, and the music that could awaken dormant dreams. The grip of routine began to loosen, revealing the beauty that awaited just beyond the horizon of his office. As the village celebrated, a connection was forged across the miles, reminding all who would listen that life is not merely to be survived but savored. History has shown us the power of joy, the strength found in human connection, and the unbreakable spirit of those who refuse to let despair dim their light. Each moment of laughter, shared meals, and spontaneous dances became a thread in the rich tapestry of their existence. And so, the night continued, the music playing on, as life itself unfolded in a dance that would never truly end. In a quiet village, shrouded in morning mist, the sound of bells echoed through the air, a haunting melody that stirred something primal deep within. The villagers, cloaked in garments of rich colors and intricate patterns, gathered at the foot of a weathered stone altar. Their eyes were wide with anticipation, bodies vibrating as the pulse of ritual coursed through them. Yet, amid the fervor, a single figure stood apart, grappling with an unsettling truth that the others seemed blissfully unaware of. This figure was a woman named Elara. Her heart raced, caught in a tempest of belief and doubt as flickering torches cast shadows that danced ominously around her. She felt the weight of generations pressing against her, the stories of ancestors who had sacrificed so much for the gods they adored. But today, the air felt heavy with questions. Why had they come here? What did these rituals truly signify? What lay beyond the alluring promises of divine favor? Around her, the villagers began to chant, a chorus that swelled with fervor. They called upon the deities they believed could bring bounty and protection, their voices rising and falling like a tide. Alara's gaze drifted to the altar, adorned with fruits, flowers, and offerings, each item a token of faith and hope. Yet, the vibrant colors seemed to fade as her mind drifted into the shadows of history, a tapestry of blood and devotion woven through centuries. In ancient times, before the village was even a whisper in the wind, The very stones beneath her feet had borne witness to countless sacrifices. Priests and priestesses, draped in heavy robes, had invoked the spirits of the past, demanding offerings that often spilled forth with the richness of life itself. Children had cried out, their innocence steeped in the belief that their lives could be bartered for prosperity. Alara thought of those unsung stories, the quiet despair of families who had lost so much to unseen forces, the agony of mothers who had grieved their children under the guise of sacred duty. As the chanting grew louder, a storm of emotions swelled within her. It was not just the echoes of the past that haunted her. It was the present, alive with the fervor of ritual yet shadowed by the specter of sacrifice. What was the price of faith? Did it require blood, tears, and suffering, or could it exist in a gentler form? She wished to shout out, to break the trance that held her people captive in the throes of tradition, but the words caught in her throat, tangled in the web of history and devotion. A sudden crack of thunder split the sky, and the villagers gasped, startled. It felt like a divine rebuke, a furious smite upon their fervent pleas. Alara's heart raced as rain began to fall, heavy and relentless. The colorful garments, once symbols of pride, quickly clung to their bodies, turning the vibrant display into a dull, dripping mass. Fear flickered across the faces of her neighbors, and in that moment, doubt surged like a tidal wave. Had their rituals failed them? Had their prayers been unheard? The storm became a mirror to Alara's own turmoil, reflecting the chaos within. She felt a pull, a call to challenge the very foundations of their beliefs. What if the rituals were nothing but chains, binding them to a version of faith that demanded more than it gave? What if the divine was not an entity waiting to be appeased, but rather a force of nature, indifferent and powerful, existing outside the confines of their altars? But as she stood there, torn between fear and revelation, the villagers huddled closer to the altar, their voices rising again, this time with an urgency that sent chills down her spine. They sought solace in the familiar, a desperate grasp at certainty amid the storm. The rituals, they believed, had the power to shield them from the wrath of the heavens. Alara felt their collective energy tugging at her, inviting her back to the fold. Yet she sensed the danger of complacency lurking in the shadows. With a heavy heart, she remembered the tales of old, the whispered warnings of wise elders who had cautioned against blind faith. They spoke of how rituals, when untouched by reflection, could become tools of manipulation, binding the soul to fear rather than love. The thought skittered across her mind. Were the gods they worshipped truly benevolent, or were they merely figments of a collective imagination, shaped by centuries of need and desire? As the rain pounded down, it washed away the colors, turning the vibrant altar into a muted canvas of earth tones. Alara's mind raced, visions of the past and present colliding in a cacophony of insight and anguish. She could almost hear the echoes of those who had questioned before her, voices whispering in her ear, urging her to stand tall and speak. She could be their voice. She could be the one to challenge the status quo. While the rituals continued, she felt an electric energy coursing through her veins. The air around her crackled with tension, the villagers oblivious as they prayed fervently for protection. Alara took a deep breath, her heart pounding a wild rhythm against her chest. The weight of generations rested on her shoulders, but perhaps it was time to break the cycle, to ignite a spark of change that could ripple through the fabric of their existence. The storm raged on, but it no longer felt menacing. Instead, it became a backdrop for her awakening, a catalyst that ignited the fire within her. She stepped forward, feeling the damp earth beneath her feet, grounding her as she prepared to confront the heart of tradition. The villagers, still lost in their fervor, did not see the resolve in her eyes, nor did they sense the shift in the very air around them. The moment hung in the balance, a fragile thread connecting the past, present, and future. And as Alara opened her mouth, ready to challenge the very core of their beliefs, the heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting to see if she would be the spark that ignited a revolution of thought, or if she would simply fade into the storm, another voice lost in the cacophony of faith and ritual. In the fading light of an autumn evening, The air is thick with the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. A solitary figure stands at the window of a quaint cottage nestled in the countryside, a cup of steaming tea cradled in trembling hands. Outside, the world is painted in hues of amber and gold, but inside, shadows loom. This figure, lost in thought, reflects the silent struggle that resides within us all. The quest for happiness, an elusive specter that dances just out of reach. To understand the nature of happiness is to tread on sacred ground trodden by philosophers, poets, and dreamers throughout history. Over 2 millennia ago, the ancient Greeks pondered the essence of eudaimonia, a word often translated as human flourishing. They believed true happiness lay not in fleeting pleasures, but in living a life of virtue, balance, and purpose. Aristotle, with his profound insights, argued that happiness is achieved through the cultivation of one's character, a message that echoed through the ages like a whispered prayer. As the figure sips the warm tea, a shiver of recognition runs through them. Contentment is not merely a state of being. It is the harmony of mind, body, and spirit. This delicate balance has been sought after by countless souls, from the Stoic sages of Rome to the wanderers of the East, who sought wisdom in the hills of Tibet and the rivers of India. In those serene landscapes, monks would sit for hours, meditating on the nature of existence, finding joy in silence and solitude, far removed from the chaos of the world. Yet, happiness has often been clouded by the relentless pursuit of success. The Renaissance ignited a flame of ambition that swept across Europe, as artists and thinkers like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo transformed the landscape of human achievement. Their masterpieces became symbols of human potential, but behind the brilliance lay a darker truth. Many were tormented by their own insecurities. Joy was often overshadowed by anxiety and the pressure to excel. The beautiful works that adorned the walls of great cathedrals were born from passion, yet they often carried the weight of despair, reminding us that the path to happiness is fraught with trials. The figure at the window watches as the sun dips below the horizon, plunging the landscape into twilight. In that moment, a flicker of understanding illuminates their heart. True contentment is not found in grand accomplishments or the accumulation of wealth, but in the simple acts of kindness and connection that weave the fabric of our lives together. The laughter shared with friends, the warmth of a loved one's embrace, or the serene beauty of nature have the power to fill our hearts in ways that accolades cannot. Across the ocean, in the bustling streets of ancient China, Confucius taught that happiness is rooted in harmony, first within oneself, then extending to the family, community, and beyond. His vision of a well-ordered society emphasized the importance of relationships, respect, and duty. The pursuit of personal happiness was intertwined with the well-being of others, a thread that remains deeply woven into the cultural fabric of many societies today. Yet, history also reveals a darker side to the quest for happiness. The Industrial Revolution, with its promise of progress, led to a frenzied chase for material gain. Factories belched smoke into the sky, and workers toiled in grueling conditions, their aspirations lost amidst the clatter of machinery. In this pursuit, happiness became a distant memory, replaced by the relentless grind of survival. The echoes of their struggles remind us that contentment can be a fragile thing, easily overshadowed by the weight of societal expectations. As the last rays of sunlight fade, the figure's heart swells with gratitude. They realize that happiness often lies in the quiet moments, the sigh of contentment after a long day, the joy of sharing a meal with family, the comfort of a good book on a rainy afternoon. It's in these small treasures that the essence of life reveals itself, like a hidden gem waiting to be discovered. In the shadows of history, the struggle for happiness continues. The suffragettes marching for women's rights, the civil rights leaders fighting against injustice, all sought a deeper sense of fulfillment beyond personal gain. Their sacrifices echo through time, a testament to the belief that happiness is not merely an individual pursuit, but a collective aspiration. Each step they took was a step toward a brighter tomorrow, where joy could be shared rather than hoarded. As the figure turns from the window, a sense of purpose ignites within them. The journey toward happiness is not a solitary one. It requires connection, empathy, and understanding. The stories of those who came before, their triumphs and heartaches, serve as a guiding light. Each historical figure, with their unique struggles and revelations, adds depth to the tapestry of happiness. Outside, the stars begin to twinkle in the velvet sky, each one a reminder of the countless souls who have sought meaning in their lives. The universe hums with possibilities, and in that moment, the figure feels a profound connection to all who have ever longed for happiness. They are not alone. Their desires echo in the hearts of many. In the soft glow of the cottage, the tea slowly cools, forgotten for now. The figure takes a tentative step toward the door, drawn by an irresistible urge to reach out, to connect, to be part of something larger. With each step, the threads of happiness weave together, binding the past with the present, the heart with the world. The night is alive with potential, and as they step outside, the cool air brushes against their skin, awakening a sense of possibility. With every breath, they inhale the essence of life, raw, beautiful, and filled with the promise of joy. The journey towards finding contentment is only beginning, a path illuminated by the stories of those who dared to seek happiness, and the figure knows that they, too, are part of this timeless quest. At the crack of dawn, the air crackled with the energy of 1,000 dreams waiting to be born. A group of children, full of laughter and boundless enthusiasm, raced along the cobbled streets of ancient Athens. Their carefree shouts echoed against the grand columns of the Parthenon, a silent witness to the vibrant dance of youth and the wisdom of ages past. In their hearts, they carried the world's possibilities, a stark contrast to the lined faces of the elders perched on the steps, their eyes clouded with the burdens of experience and regret. Among these children was a boy named Socrates, whose insatiable curiosity often led him into the company of the wise. He would listen intently, absorbing every word like a sponge, yet his spirit remained untamed. The elders spoke of the past, of battles fought and lost, of philosophies that shaped the very fabric of their society. But in the boy's heart, a flicker of rebellion ignited, a desire not just to listen, but to challenge, to create. This moment in history was not isolated. Similar scenes unfolded across continents. In the bustling streets of Renaissance Florence, youthful artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo dreamed in vibrant colors. They looked at the world not with the skepticism of age but through the lens of imagination. They saw potential in blocks of marble and blank canvases, and they gave voice to a generation yearning to break free from the constraints of tradition. The stirring of their brushes was a battle cry, an invitation for others to join in the chorus of change. But the role of youth was not merely to inspire. It was often to withstand the harsh realities of an indifferent world. Take the young men and women in Paris during the Revolution, their hearts ablaze with the idea of liberty. They stormed the Bastille, driven not just by the dreams of a better future but by the urgent need to reclaim their dignity. In their minds, age was not a sign of wisdom but a weight that kept them shackled. They fought fiercely, believing that youth was not just a number, but a force powerful enough to reshape history. The streets resounded with chants of freedom, but within the fervor lay the agony of loss. Young lives were sacrificed, dreams extinguished in the heat of battle. Yet, their voices echoed through time, reminding the world of the fervent spirit of youth, a spirit that would not back down. As the dust settled, their ideals ignited a fire that would burn for generations, illuminating the path for those who dared to dream. History has always shown that youth is a double-edged sword. It can inspire and uplift, but it can also bring chaos and destruction. In the 1960s, the counterculture movement swept through America, a tidal wave of youth rebelling against the status quo. They protested against war, sought equality, and demanded change. The air was filled with music that resonated with their hearts, capturing their hopes and frustrations. Yet, the struggle was not without its shadows. The violence of protest and the heartbreak of division fractured the very fabric of society. Still, the youth persisted, carrying the torch of progress. Their determination sparked movements that transformed nations. Figures like Malala Yousafzai emerged, defying danger to advocate for education and empowerment. At a young age, She stood before the world, a symbol of courage in the face of adversity. Her voice, though fragile, resonated with strength, reminding everyone that age does not dictate the weight of one's words. In the quiet moments before dawn, reflections of the past seep into the present. The faces of elders, once filled with skepticism, now glow with admiration when speaking of the fearless youth who challenged conventions. Age, with its wisdom, often learns to embrace the restless spirit of youth. They begin to see that the fiery passions of young hearts can reignite their own fading flames, reminding them of dreams long forgotten. Consider the elders who once stood as guardians of tradition, now smiling as they witness the boldness of the next generation. They share stories of their own youthful rebellions, weaving a tapestry of wisdom and experience. The laughter of children playing in the streets becomes a thread that connects the old and the young, binding them in a dance of understanding. The very essence of life pulses between these two worlds, a powerful reminder that youth may be fleeting, but its impact can be everlasting. As the sun sets over the horizon, casting golden hues across the land, the cycle of life continues. Youth stands at the forefront, a fierce and brilliant light flickering against the shadows of doubt. The spark ignites deeper emotions, inviting those who once felt the pangs of youth to reignite their own passions. The dance of age and youth becomes an unending rhythm, where each generation passes the baton, instilling hope and daring dreams into the next. In the quiet corners of the world, a young girl named Amina sits on her rooftop, gazing at the stars above. She dreams of a future far beyond her current reality, a future where her voice will be heard and her dreams realized. The echoes of those who came before her linger in the air, fueling her determination to rise above the limitations imposed by both society and age. The world holds its breath, captivated by the unfolding story of youth and age. Each heartbeat carries the weight of history, yet pulsates with the promise of tomorrow. As the stars twinkle in approval, the realization dawns that the role of youth is not merely to reflect on the past, but to challenge its very essence. And so, the cycle continues, forever intertwined, a powerful reminder that while years may accumulate, the spirit of youth remains eternal, a flame that refuses to be quenched. In a world where ambition soared as high as the grandest towers, yet where despair lingered in the shadows, a voice emerged that pierced through the clamor of existence. An ancient figure stood before a crowd, his beard flowing like the wisps of time, and with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, he proclaimed, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." There was a silence that fell over the assembly, a stillness so profound that it felt as though the very air had thickened with unspoken truths. The crowd, a mosaic of faces etched with hope and worry, listened intently. Some were merchants, their hands calloused from years of dealing in gold and silks, yet their eyes betrayed a longing for something deeper than wealth. Others were scholars, their minds brimming with knowledge, yet haunted by the question of what wisdom truly meant in the face of mortality. Each individual felt the truth resonate within them, like a distant drumbeat echoing in the back of their minds, a reminder that nothing they chased could escape the inevitable end that awaited them all. The voice belonged to a sage, a man who had tasted the fruits of pleasure and suffered the pangs of sorrow. He had woven through the fabric of lives filled with laughter and tears, yet he emerged with one central thesis that seemed to hang in the air like a heavy fog. Life, in all its splendor and strife, is a fleeting whisper, a mere flicker of light against the vast void of eternity. The grandeur of human ambition, the pursuit of wealth, love, and knowledge, all of it was but a beautiful illusion, a mirage that danced just beyond reach. As the sage spoke, he painted a vivid tapestry of human existence, illustrating the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of dreams. The laughter of the kings echoed through grand halls, yet their crowns often rested heavily upon their heads, burdened by the weight of their own insignificance. He recounted tales of forgotten heroes, once revered but now lost to the sands of time, their names fading like morning mist. The sage whispered of love stories that ignited like fire, only to flicker out in the chill of reality. Each story was a thread woven into the intricate design of life, yet every thread seemed to lead back to the same conclusion. The pursuit of anything but the present moment was a fool's errand. The crowd hung on his every word, hearts racing as they grappled with the emotional truth unfolding before them. A father glanced at his son, a boy whose laughter was as bright as the sun, and felt a pang of sorrow mixed with joy. Would this child grow to chase the same elusive dreams? Would he too, like countless before him, become ensnared in the web of ambition? The realization washed over him. The boy, like all of humanity, was destined for a path paved with both triumphs and heartaches. The weight of knowledge pressed upon him, a reminder that every moment spent in pursuit of vanity was a moment taken away from savoring the preciousness of life itself. The sage's voice rose and fell, punctuated by the gasps and murmurs of the crowd. What profit has a man of all his labor which he taketh under the sun? Each question struck like thunder, and the answers felt drawn from the very marrow of existence. The merchants glanced at their wares. The glimmering gold and intricate fabrics that had once brought them joy now felt heavy, like shackles binding them to a life they no longer wished to pursue. The scholars, who had buried themselves in scrolls and tomes, felt the stinging truth that knowledge, while valuable, could never shield them from the reality of their fleeting lives. There was a young woman standing at the edge of the crowd, her heart full of dreams yet shadowed by the pain of loss. She had chased after love, only to find herself abandoned, her heart a fragile vessel shattered by betrayal. As she listened to the sage, tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to the struggle of embracing the present amid a world filled with heartache and longing. She felt the weight of her own vanity, the yearning for a love that could fill the emptiness, the insatiable desire for validation. The sage's words wrapped around her like a cloak, whispering that true contentment might lie in accepting the beauty of the moment, rather than seeking it in the eyes of another. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the gathering, the sage shifted his tone, immersing the crowd in a deeper understanding of life's impermanence. He spoke of the fleeting nature of joy, the inevitable return of sorrow, and the cycle that enveloped humanity. The tales of laughter turning into tears resonated, echoing through the hearts of the listeners. They felt a shared heartbeat, a collective understanding that transcended their individual experiences. With every word, he illuminated the truth that chasing after the wind, like grasping at shadows, would only leave them wanting more. And just as the crowd felt a sense of awakening, a realization blossoming within their souls, he posed a final question that hung in the air like a thick fog. If all is vanity, then what remains? What can we hold onto in this unpredictable dance of existence? The sense of anticipation was palpable, like the electric charge before a storm. Hearts raced, minds whirled, and the sound of a distant drum echoed louder in their ears. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the crowd leaned in, drawn closer by an invisible thread of curiosity and hope. What lay beyond the sage's riddle? What truths could emerge from the abyss of vanity? Each person felt a stirring within, a disquiet that hinted at revelations yet to come, a promise of understanding that awaited just beyond the horizon of their collective consciousness. The sage, with his deep wisdom, was not done. The very essence of life hung in the balance, ready to unravel, ready to reveal the answers they had all been yearning for, leaving them suspended in a moment that felt like an eternity. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over ancient Jerusalem, and a profound stillness settled in the air. A whisper of dust danced through the streets, carrying the weight of unfulfilled dreams and unanswered questions. In this moment, one might have spotted a solitary figure, a man of wisdom, pondering the meaning of life with a furrowed brow. His heart cradled the fragile threads of existence, each one a question begging for answers, each one a story yearning to be told. This man, often identified with the name Solomon, was not merely a king, but the embodiment of human curiosity, wrestling with the complexities of existence. He had tasted the sweetness of wisdom, the bitterness of folly, the joys of wealth, and the sorrow of loss. In his solitude, surrounded by opulent gardens and echoing halls, he penned reflections that would transcend time, a collection of musings that would later be known as Ecclesiastes. The scrolls that held these thoughts were not merely ink on parchment. They were vessels of emotion, grappling with the questions that haunt humanity. What is the purpose of life? Is there meaning in our toil? Why do the righteous suffer while the wicked thrive? As the words flowed from Solomon's quill, they dripped with honesty and raw vulnerability. Here lay a treasure trove for anyone searching for truth amidst the chaos of life. Fast forward centuries, and these scrolls were embraced with both reverence and skepticism, finding their way into the sacred canon of Scripture. The corridors of early Jewish councils hummed with debate as scholars and leaders wrestled with the implications of Ecclesiastes. Was this book a light illuminating the path of faith, or a shadow casting doubt on the very nature of God? The air was thick with emotion, as each voice in the room carried the weight of generations who had sought assurance in their beliefs. Some argued fiercely for its inclusion, pointing to the profound honesty within its pages. They felt the pulse of the human experience within its verses. To everything, there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. The line resonated deeply, echoing the struggles and joys faced by people throughout history. It captured the essence of life's ebb and flow, a beautiful dance of creation and decay, triumph and defeat. Yet, others raised their voices with caution. Skeptics questioned whether a book steeped in existential doubt could rightfully take its place among texts proclaiming hope and divine promise. The tension crackled like a summer storm, charged with passion and the fear of misguiding the faithful. Each side held their ground, but the heart of Ecclesiastes pulsed on, refusing to be silenced. In the tense atmosphere of deliberation, the words of the preacher, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity," hung like a heavy cloud. It beckoned the faithful to confront uncomfortable truths. What does it mean to pursue knowledge, wealth, and pleasure? Does the relentless chase for happiness lead to fulfillment or despair? The questions cut through the air, raw and real, leaving the audience breathless, filled with an unsettling urgency. Time marched forward, and the book eventually found its place within the canon, not as a simple collection of disillusionment, but as a mirror reflecting the complexity of faith. It embraced the doubts, the fears, and the struggles of believers, reminding them that they were not alone in their quest for meaning. The scriptures were now incomplete without the voice of Ecclesiastes, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience that embraced both joy and sorrow. Generations passed, and the echoes of Ecclesiastes continued to resonate through the hearts of many. In temples and homes alike, its words were recited with trembling lips, finding a place in the rituals of life. At weddings, believers would nod knowingly, understanding that love, too, had its season. At funerals, the mourners would explore the depths of despair, only to be reminded that there is a time to weep and a time to laugh. Yet still, the questions lingered. As people read Ecclesiastes, they felt a tugging at their souls. Was everything truly meaningless? What of the promises of salvation, the hope of resurrection? The book's raw honesty became a source of both comfort and confusion, blurring the lines between faith and doubt. The beauty of it lay in its ability to hold space for both, an invitation to sit with the tension rather than escape it. As the years transformed into centuries, the book's impact spread across continents and cultures. In the bustling cities of the Roman Empire, philosophers pondered its wisdom in vibrant discourse. In the quiet solitude of monastic communities, monks copied its verses, allowing the words to seep into their souls as they sought enlightenment. Ecclesiastes became a bridge, connecting the ancient world to an ever-evolving understanding of existence. Through the ages, the book sparked joy and controversy alike. Sermons delivered from dusty pulpits ignited fires of hope and despair in the hearts of congregations. The struggle for understanding continued, with readers wrestling with its themes, allowing themselves to be both uplifted and challenged. Emotion coursed through the pages, as each verse resonated like a heartbeat, quickening in moments of revelation, slowing in times of reflection. The walking paradox of Ecclesiastes refused to be confined. It pushed against the boundaries of faith, inviting all to grapple with profound questions. It became a companion to the weary, a balm for the brokenhearted, a testament to the beauty found in vulnerability. And thus, it wove itself into the very fabric of Scripture, a testament to the human experience, capturing the essence of hope amidst despair. As the sun rose again over Jerusalem, illuminating the scrolls tucked away in sacred places, the profound questions echoed anew. The wisdom captured in Ecclesiastes reminded all who dared to engage with its words that life, despite its complexities, was a precious gift, a fleeting moment in time, a tapestry woven with joy and sorrow, faith and doubt. The exploration of its wisdom was far from over. It had become a living conversation, threading itself seamlessly into the hearts of those who dared to seek understanding. And so, the journey continued, ever evolving, just as life itself. Amid a world of unending noise, where the relentless tick of time echoes louder than the beats of the heart, a voice rises from the pages of ancient wisdom. It sings of the futility of life's pursuits, a melody that resonates with the deepest fears and desires of humanity. Ecclesiastes, with its haunting reflections and raw honesty, conjures images of a solitary figure gazing over a vast desert, pondering the weight of existence. The sun sets, casting long shadows, and in that stillness, the age-old question hangs in the air. Is there meaning beyond the mundane? As the dust swirls around his feet, the teacher known as Koheleth, a name that evokes both authority and intimacy, spills forth thoughts that have transcended ages. Vanity of vanities, he proclaims, his voice laced with both weariness and wisdom. All is vanity. The words ripple through time, echoing in the minds of philosophers, poets, and everyday souls. They find their way into crowded coffee shops, university lecture halls, and quiet homes where weary hearts ponder life's greatest riddles. The ancient scrolls of Ecclesiastes, penned perhaps in the 3rd century BCE, offer a stark, unvarnished look at life's cycles. The sharp honesty of its verses stirs something deep within the human spirit. To read it is to confront the inevitability of death, the fleeting nature of joy, and the absurdity of human ambition. It is a mirror reflecting aspirations that often lead to despair. What becomes of the labors of our hands when the earth swallows us whole? The teacher poses this question, and the weight of it sits heavily on the shoulders of every reader across generations. Fast forward to the modern world, where the sleek lines of skyscrapers dominate the skyline. The hustle and bustle of urban life distracts many from the existential echoes of Ecclesiastes. Yet, even amidst the bright lights and technology, the ancient wisdom finds a profound resonance. Contemporary philosophers grapple with the same questions that Koheleth faced. Thinkers like Albert Camus and Jean-Paul Sartre wrestle with absurdity, drawing from the well of Ecclesiastes sentiments. Camus, in The Myth of Sisyphus, calls out the futility of existence, echoing Koheleth's relentless search for meaning in the face of an indifferent universe. This connection is not merely academic. It is visceral. Individuals in quiet desperation cling to the words of Ecclesiastes during sleepless nights, finding solace in its acknowledgement of life's struggles. The modern existentialist, faced with the weight of choices and consequences, often turns to the ancient teacher's reflections for guidance. What does it mean to find joy amid the chaos? How do we confront the absurdity of our existence without succumbing to despair? The answers remain elusive, yet the search itself invites both fear and hope. In bustling classrooms and ivory towers, students lean forward, their eyes wide with a mix of confusion and enlightenment as they grapple with the profound truths embedded in the text. They listen intently as their professors, guardians of knowledge, speak of existence and essence, of nihilism and purpose. These discussions are alive with emotion, a tension palpable in the air. Laughter and tears often intermingle, for within the pages of Ecclesiastes lies a raw honesty that invites vulnerability. Here, in this sacred space of learning, the ancient meets the modern, creating an electric atmosphere where ideas clash and fuse. Consider a student, Maria, who sits at the edge of her seat, her heart racing as she contemplates the weight of her dreams. She feels the burden of expectations press down upon her, the desire to achieve mingling with the realization of life's transient nature. In a moment of clarity, she recalls the teacher's words, "There is a time for every purpose under heaven." Her breath catches in her throat, What if her purpose is not a singular ambition, but a collection of moments? The laughter shared with friends, the sunsets that take her breath away, the quiet mornings spent in contemplation. As the class continues, a lively debate ensues. Some students argue passionately for the construction of meaning in a seemingly indifferent world. Others wrestle with despair, clinging to the notion that all is vanity. The tension mounts, emotions flare, and the room becomes a crucible of ideas, each voice echoing the struggles of generations past. A hand shoots up in the back. It belongs to Jason, a skeptic who questions the very foundations of meaning. If everything is meaningless, why even try? He challenges, his voice trembling with intensity. The room falls silent, and in that pregnant pause, all hearts beat as one, grappling with the enormity of his question. The air feels thick, an electric charge weaving through the minds present. It's a moment suspended in time, pregnant with the weight of countless human experiences. The teacher responds, his voice steady yet infused with warmth. Perhaps it is the very absurdity that gives us the freedom to create our own meaning. A flicker of understanding ignites in Maria's eyes. The debate continues, a harmonious discord of voices rising and falling, echoing the complexities of life itself. Outside, the bustling city moves on, blissfully ignorant of the turmoil and triumph occurring within those walls. Yet, within this hallowed space, something transformative is happening. The ancient text weaves itself into their lives, its wisdom generating sparks of insight that crackle with the energy of possibility. The questions swirl around them like autumn leaves caught in a playful breeze. What if the journey of understanding is the destination? What if meaning is found not in the answers but in the pursuit itself? With each passing moment, the intertwining of Ecclesiastes and contemporary thought creates an intricate tapestry of emotions. The joy, the despair, the hope, and the fear. All of it flows together, each thread rich with its own story. And as the clock ticks on, the lesson continues, building toward an uncertain future where the echoes of ancient wisdom intersect with the cries of modern humanity, propelling them forward into a world still searching for answers. In the cool shadows of ancient Jerusalem, where the sun cast long, dramatic silhouettes over the dusty streets, a voice echoed through time, resonating with a profound sense of both despair and beauty. The book of Ecclesiastes, often whispered about in hushed tones, dances on the edge of melancholy and wisdom, its poetic verses giving life to a profound existential inquiry. Its words, rich with imagery and emotion, wrap around the hearts of readers like an embrace, gripping them from the very first line. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. This haunting refrain lingers like the scent of ancient incense, drawing people in, sparking a flame of curiosity about the nature of existence itself. The writer of Ecclesiastes, historically attributed to King Solomon, captures a world shrouded in uncertainties, where the pursuit of pleasure frequently meets the stark reality of fleeting moments. The rhythmic cadence of the text evokes a sense of longing, a search for meaning that stretches beyond the confines of the page. The style of Ecclesiastes is a masterclass in contrasts. In one breath, the writer paints images of the vibrant cycles of life, the blooming flowers in spring, the golden harvests of summer, the crisp decay of autumn leaves. Yet, with the next, there comes a chilling reminder of the inevitable winter that follows. Each metaphor feels like a heartbeat, pulsing with the rhythms of nature, while simultaneously echoing the inner turmoil of the human spirit. The imagery pulls readers into a vivid landscape of emotions, where joy and sorrow coexist, threading together the fabric of existence. As the sun sets over ancient hills, the writer reflects on the transient beauty of life. For everything there is a season, he writes, stirring a poignant awareness that life is but a collection of moments, some sweet, others bitter. The beauty of the seasons becomes a mirror, reflecting the human experience in its entirety. The imagery of time slipping through one's fingers like sand becomes palpable, crafting a sense of urgency that grips the heart. Each passing moment becomes both a treasure and a reminder of the mystery of what comes next. Dramatic imagery floods the senses as the writer confronts life's futility head-on. The cyclical nature of existence, a wheel ceaselessly turning, leaves one wondering whether joy is merely a fleeting illusion. The relentless pursuit of wealth, wisdom, and pleasure often leads to disillusionment, and the stark image of a chasing wind captures this truth exquisitely. It conjures a visceral reaction, a sinking feeling in the chest, as readers are awakened to the realization that much of what is sought after may ultimately be nothing more than an echo. The language pulses with raw emotion, a melody that shifts from somber to uplifting. Phrases glide gracefully from despair to a moment of clarity, like a bird taking flight, soaring high over the valleys of doubt. The joys of simple pleasures, a humble meal shared with loved ones, the laughter of children playing, are celebrated with a kind of reverence that resonates deeply. In stark contrast, the existential burden of wisdom is laid bare, for with knowledge comes the weight of sorrow. The writer's reflections evoke memories of lost opportunities, moments not taken, and paths not explored, each word a brushstroke painting a landscape of longing. As if in a grand theater, the imagery unfolds dramatically. Time is presented as a character in its own right, a relentless force that shapes destinies. The writer invites readers to witness the paradox of existence, to understand that life is at once a precious gift and a fleeting shadow. The images of life and death intertwine, creating a tension that is both heartbreaking and beautiful. The mortal coil is explored with an intensity that makes the breath hitch in the throat, leaving an echo of unresolved questions hanging in the air. Yet, woven into this tapestry of despair are moments of wisdom that provide a glimmer of hope. The exploration of companionship and love shines through, reminding readers that even amidst the chaos, the bonds formed with others can offer solace. There is beauty in shared laughter, in quiet moments spent under the stars, and in the unspoken understanding between souls. The writer's poetic expressions invite readers to reflect on the significance of these connections, urging them to cherish the fleeting nature of life even as it slips away. Each line of Ecclesiastes is a thread in a vast narrative tapestry, where the mundane meets the profound. The language is both accessible and deeply resonant, creating an atmosphere dense with emotion. The lyrical quality of the verses allows readers to linger on each thought, to wrestle with their own experiences, and to confront the truths that lie at the heart of their own lives. The stark realities of labor and toil become poignant reminders of the human condition, evoking a visceral sense of empathy for the struggles faced by all. As shadows lengthen and the day fades into twilight, the imagery of Ecclesiastes lingers, a haunting melody that echoes through the centuries. The words transcend their historical context, reaching out to connect with the hearts of readers, igniting a flame of introspection. Each metaphor serves as a mirror, reflecting back the complexities of existence, the joys and sorrows that shape the human experience. The dance of light and dark, of joy and grief, creates an emotional landscape that is impossible to ignore. In this space between the lines, tension builds, leaving readers yearning for more. Will they find answers amid the uncertainties? As the last verses linger in the air, the tension is palpable, a tightrope stretched between despair and hope. The poetic cadence beckons them to turn the page, to delve deeper into the mysteries of existence, where each word holds the weight of centuries and the promise of enlightenment. The echo of the writer's voice continues to resonate, a reminder that within the fleeting moments of life, there exists a timeless quest for meaning, beckoning to be explored. In a dimly lit room filled with the scent of ancient parchment and ink, a scholar sat hunched over a weathered scroll, his fingers trembling with anticipation. The flickering candlelight danced across the words of Ecclesiastes, a text that has echoed through the ages, resonating with the burdens of countless souls. The air felt thick with the weight of existential questions and profound truths waiting to be unleashed. What is the purpose of life? Why do we toil so tirelessly, only to return to dust? As the scholar read, he felt a shiver that ran down his spine, a whisper of connection to the generations before him who sought answers. Ecclesiastes stands unique among the wisdom literature of the Bible, its tone haunting and reflective. Written in a time when kings reigned and sages sought understanding, this text presented a stark view of life's fleeting nature. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, It proclaimed with a voice that still resonates today, stirring emotions like a tempest. Those words, penned centuries ago, strike at the core of human experience. What is remembered after a lifetime of striving? What legacy do we leave behind? Jewish thought, shaped by the profound insights of Ecclesiastes, began to embrace the tension between joy and sorrow, work and rest, hope and despair. The sages of ancient Israel grappled with its teachings, finding both comfort and challenge within its paradoxes. They wrestled with the same questions that plagued Kohelet, the author believed to be King Solomon. The weight of his observations cast shadows over the hearts of even the most learned scholars, reminding them that despite their wisdom, they too were bound by mortality. In synagogues and study halls, the verses of Ecclesiastes became fodder for passionate debates. Young students listened with rapt attention as their elders shared insights on life's meaning. One could often hear the heated arguments echoing off stone walls, voices rising and falling like the tides. Yet, amid the fervor, there was a palpable sense of reverence for the text, a recognition that it tapped into something universal, a longing for understanding, for purpose. Imagine a rabbi standing before a group of eager faces, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. Life is a cycle, he would say, like the seasons that change upon us. We laugh, we weep, we plant, and we harvest. But in the end, what matters is how we embrace each moment. His audience leaned in, captivated by the wisdom that felt both ancient and achingly relevant. They could see themselves in the timeless struggles of Kohelet, their own hearts echoing his lament. The influence of Ecclesiastes didn't stop at the classroom. It seeped into the very fabric of Jewish rituals and celebrations. During Yom Kippur, a day dedicated to reflection and atonement, the themes of impermanence and self-examination came alive. As individuals sought forgiveness, they were reminded of the transient nature of their earthly existence, much like the fleeting moments described in the text. All is vanity, they whispered in contemplation, understanding the weight of their own choices against the backdrop of eternity. Turning the pages of history, one finds the text's fingerprints on the works of later Jewish philosophers. The likes of Maimonides and Spinoza grappled with its existential questions, using them as a springboard for their own thoughts. Maimonides, a beacon of rational thought, found solace in the idea that the pursuit of knowledge and the love of God could lend meaning to an otherwise chaotic existence. Spinoza, on the other hand, took a more radical approach, merging the divine with nature itself. Yet, both thinkers, in their own unique ways, echoed the urgency of Ecclesiastes. Life is not merely to be lived but understood. In the streets of Jerusalem, under the gaze of ancient stones, one could feel the spirit of Ecclesiastes swirling in the air, igniting passionate discussions among the people. It was not uncommon to find merchants pausing in the midst of trade, struck by the realization that wealth and possessions hold no eternal value. What is the worth of gold when the heart is heavy? They would ponder aloud, their thoughts echoing the existential musings of Kohelet. But perhaps the most profound influence of Ecclesiastes lay in its ability to nurture resilience. It taught the Jewish people that amidst life's uncertainties, there was strength in acceptance. Life would throw challenges and heartbreak their way, but within the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow, they could find peace. The text urged them to savor simple pleasures, the laughter of a child, the warmth of a shared meal, the beauty of a sunset. These moments, fleeting though they may be, held the essence of what it meant to truly live. As generations passed, the echoes of Ecclesiastes continued to resonate, shaping Jewish customs and practices. During Passover, as families gathered around the Seder table, they would pause to reflect on the significance of their journey from slavery to freedom. In those moments, they remembered Kohelet's words, understanding that liberation was not only physical but also spiritual, a release from the shackles of despair that could bind the soul. In the silence of the synagogue, a young girl listened intently to her grandfather's tales, his voice filled with wisdom from years gone by. "Remember, my dear," he intoned softly, "everything has its time. There is a time to cry and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. Her heart swelled with a mix of sadness and hope, knowing that she was part of a lineage that had grappled with the same questions for centuries. The words of Ecclesiastes were not just an ancient text. They were a lifeline connecting her to the past, a guiding light through the uncertainties of her own life. And so, the influence of Ecclesiastes on Jewish thought pulsated through the ages, a living testament to the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit. It beckoned the faithful to confront the reality of existence, to embrace the beauty of the mundane, and to find solace in the shared journey of life. As the candles flickered and the scrolls whispered their secrets, the scholar turned another page, knowing that somewhere, beyond the ink and parchment, the questions of Kohelet still lingered, echoing through hearts and minds, inviting a new generation to listen, to ponder, and to feel. In a dimly lit room, a group of scholars gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. Books lay scattered across the wooden table, their spines cracked with age, revealing centuries of thought and contemplation. Each page turned held whispers of wisdom and contradiction, echoing the struggles of humanity to understand the divine. Outside, a storm raged, the wind howling like a restless spirit, as if it too were drawn to the debates swirling within. The air crackled with tension, thick with the anticipation of revelations and the weight of ages. As the night deepened, the scholars dived into the intricate tapestry of interpretations that had woven themselves through time and cultures. The Bible, a text revered and scrutinized, was both a bridge and a barrier, connecting and dividing various traditions. They spoke of the early days, when scrolls were hand-copied, each letter painstakingly inked, yet often influenced by the scribe's own beliefs and biases. A simple word could shift meanings, opening doors to understanding or locking them tight. Goosebumps ran down their arms as they recounted the tales of ancient translators, laboring under the weight of expectations from their communities, striving to capture the essence of sacred texts while battling their own limitations. In the shadows of their discussion, a question loomed larger than life. How could a single text, revered across continents, give rise to such a wide spectrum of beliefs? The answer danced between them like the flickering flames, alive and elusive. The scholars recounted the early church fathers, each one interpreting the scriptures through their own cultural lenses. Augustine in North Africa, with his philosophical musings, found himself at odds with the interpretations unfolding in the East, where Origen's allegorical insights painted vivid landscapes of spiritual truths. Each interpretation bore the weight of personal experience, theological stance, and the unyielding influence of societal norms. Then came the Reformation, a seismic event that shook the foundations of Christendom. Martin Luther, with his passionate cry for reform, ignited a fire that would forever alter the course of Christian interpretation. The scholars leaned closer, their hearts racing as they imagined the fervor of those times. Luther's translation of the Bible into German shattered the chains of exclusivity, allowing the common people to engage with the sacred text. But with this liberation came new challenges. What did it mean for a multitude of voices to rise, each claiming to speak the truth? The room pulsed with energy, as if the very walls could feel the weight of this question. Emotions swelled, and voices grew louder as they debated the implications of each tradition's understanding. The varying interpretations of grace and salvation set the stage for fierce divisions. Calvinists, with their emphasis on predestination, clashed with Arminians who championed free will. Each camp dug deep into the same well of Scripture, yet the water tasted different to each soul that drank. The scholars could feel the heat of those age-old arguments, their hearts echoing the fervor of faith that had ignited flames of both devotion and division. As the night wore on, the conversation shifted to the voices of marginalized communities, those who had been silenced or overlooked in the grand narratives of history. What of the interpretations crafted by women, by the disenfranchised, by people of color? The scholars felt a stirring in their chests as they acknowledged that the history of interpretation had often been a history of exclusion. They recalled the writings of early feminist theologians who dared to challenge patriarchal readings of Scripture, reclaiming voices that had been stifled for far too long. Each testimony stood as a testament to resilience, a reminder that the divine speaks in myriad ways. A palpable hush fell over the room as they contemplated the narratives that had been lost. What treasures lay hidden in the folds of history, waiting to be unearthed? The stories of indigenous peoples, whose spiritual understandings intertwined with nature, echoed in the silence, calling out for recognition. The scholars felt a chill, a reminder that each interpretation was shaped by the context and the culture from which it emerged. They pondered how the very essence of faith could change when viewed through different lenses. Suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the windows, and a powerful gust burst through the door, extinguishing the candles. In that moment of darkness, the room transformed. The scholars felt a shift, an undeniable connection across time and space. They were not just individuals in a room. They were part of an ancient conversation, one that threaded through the lives of countless seekers who had grappled with the same questions of faith, doubt, and interpretation. As they reignited the candles, the flickering light cast shadows that danced upon the walls, teasing at the mysteries yet to be explored. The scholars knew that their gathering was just one of many, a single thread woven into the vast tapestry of human experience. They leaned back in their chairs, each of them caught in a moment of reflection, feeling the weight of their own beliefs and the beliefs of others pressing in around them. Outside, the storm began to subside, but the air remained charged with possibility. The scholars spoke in hushed tones of the challenges ahead, the need for open hearts and minds, the courage to embrace ambiguity, and the strength to listen deeply to one another. It was here, in the midst of their rich discourse, that they sensed the profound truth. The interpretations that divided them were also the ones that could unite them. The shared struggle to understand the sacred text, to connect with the divine, rested on the shoulders of every person who had ever wrestled with faith. And just as the flicker of candlelight illuminated the pages before them, so too did it illuminate their hearts. The conversation swirled, each voice adding another layer of complexity to the interpretations that had shaped generations. They felt the pulse of history beneath their feet, urging them onward. With each word spoken, the scholars were woven deeper into the fabric of a story that was far from finished. The night was alive with questions, and the journey, it seemed, was only beginning, beckoning them toward the next chapter, where new voices and interpretations awaited. In a hushed library, where dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of muted sunlight, a scholar sat hunched over a weathered manuscript. The heavy scent of old paper filled the air, laden with the whispers of countless readers who had come before. His fingers trembled slightly as he turned the fragile pages, his heart pounding in rhythm with the timeless questions posed by Ecclesiastes. Questions that echoed through centuries, striking chords of despair and hope, laughter and tears. The ancient text, attributed to the enigmatic figure of Koheleth, had always stirred something deep within the human soul, a reminder of life's ephemeral nature. Throughout history, people have grappled with its thoughts, captivated by its raw honesty. From the moment it was penned, its reflections on life's meaning, or lack thereof, have resonated across cultures and eras. The air seemed to thrum with the weight of those who had sought solace within its verses, each word a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience. In the early centuries of the Common Era, believers in the Jewish faith were torn between their admiration for the text's wisdom and their trepidation about its seemingly bleak outlook. Those sacred words depicted a world filled with vanity and uncertainty, a stark contrast to the reassuring promises found in other scriptures. Yet, it was this very tension that drew early scholars like Philo of Alexandria into heated debates. They grappled with the struggles of existence, pitting the joy of creation against the despair of futility, seeking to reconcile the contrasting voices within. As the centuries rolled on, the influence of Ecclesiastes morphed yet again. In the early Christian church, theologians wrestled with its place in the canon. Was it a text of wisdom or folly? The great Augustine pondered its meaning, wrestling with the paradox it presented. The pursuit of earthly desires versus the eternal promises of faith. Would this restless text lead believers astray, or could it guide them toward deeper understanding? The debates echoed in the chambers of cathedrals, stirring deep emotional currents among the faithful, who wondered if Koheleth had truly found the answers to their own heartaches. Fast forward to the Renaissance, where a new fervor for knowledge sparked fresh interpretations. Thinkers like Martin Luther found themselves entranced by Ecclesiastes, viewing it not as a source of despair but as a profound meditation on the human condition. The text became a mirror reflecting the complexities of existence, urging individuals to embrace their struggles rather than shy away from them. The Church's grip on interpretation began to loosen as the text was explored through the eyes of artists, poets, and philosophers, each weaving their emotions into the fabric of its verses. In Shakespeare's time, the echoes of Ecclesiastes resonated yet again, influencing the bard's exploration of life's transient nature. Characters in his plays grappled with the themes of mortality and purpose, wrestling with the same existential questions that Koheleth had posed centuries earlier. Audiences wept and laughed, their hearts pounding as they recognized their own struggles mirrored in the drama unfolding before them. The influence of Ecclesiastes seeped into the very bones of literature, a relentless undercurrent that connected generations through shared human experience. As the Enlightenment dawned, the text found itself caught in the whirlwind of rational thought. Philosophers like Voltaire and Rousseau turned their sharp minds toward Ecclesiastes, dissecting its lines with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. They marveled at its wisdom yet wrestled with its disillusionment. Was life truly devoid of meaning? The vibrant salons buzzed with heated discussions, the air electric with passion and uncertainty. The questions that Koheleth posed felt as fresh as the ink on the page, igniting debates that spiraled into the night. In the 19th century, the Romantic movement breathed new life into Ecclesiastes. Poets and artists, yearning for authenticity, found refuge in its profound melancholy. The text became a canvas for emotions too complex to articulate. Words flowed like rivers, expressing the beauty of despair and the fleeting nature of joy. The voices of nature and the cries of the human soul intertwined as artists painted landscapes drenched in shadow and light, echoing the verses that lamented the passing of time. As the modern era unfolded, Ecclesiastes became a touchstone for existentialism. Thinkers like Kierkegaard and Camus took up the pen, probing the depths of meaninglessness with fervor. Their writings danced around the themes of absurdity and isolation, reflecting the very essence of Koheleth's musings. The struggles of modern man mirrored the ancient text, intertwining lives across time and space in a web of shared discontent and longing. In today's world, the continued resonance of Ecclesiastes reaches into the hearts of people around the globe. Its verses find their way into the lyrics of popular songs, echoing the sentiments of a generation grappling with uncertainty. Social media posts quote its wisdom, offering solace to those feeling adrift. Its truths are passed around like a comforting embrace, whispered in moments of vulnerability, proof that even in a world dominated by noise, Koheleth's voice still cuts through with clarity. The age-old questions persist, threading through the fabric of human experience. What is the meaning of life? How do we find joy in our fleeting existence? Each generation grabs hold of the text, interpreting it through their unique lens, creating a vibrant tapestry woven with sorrow, wisdom, and hope. As the scholar in the library turns the pages, the weight of history settles around him, echoing with the voices of those who have pondered and yearned before him. The manuscript is not just ink on paper. It is a living testament to the struggles, triumphs, and timeless yearnings of mankind. As he reads on, the tension builds within the library's quiet confines, a reminder that this conversation, this dance of emotion and intellect, will never truly end. It will surge forward, flowing seamlessly into the next chapter of existence, where the questions of Ecclesiastes will continue to resonate, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The sun was setting over Jerusalem, casting an orange glow that bathed the ancient stones of the city. A young woman named Miriam stood at the edge of a bustling marketplace, her heart heavy with questions. She watched as merchants called out, selling their wares, laughter echoing in the air. But inside her, a storm was brewing. The words of her grandfather echoed in her mind. "Everything is meaningless." It was a phrase that haunted her. It was borrowed from a book she often found herself drawn to, the Book of Ecclesiastes. Little did she know, those very words would soon intertwine with the new teachings sweeping through the land. On a humble hill not far from her, a man named Jesus spoke to a crowd, his voice rising above the whispers of the wind. He shared parables that danced through the air like leaves in the autumn breeze. His teachings were profound, yet simple, echoing the age-old questions that lingered in the hearts of those who listened. Miriam felt a pull toward that hill, as if the very essence of her struggle and the teachings of this man were colliding. She made her way through the throng of people, curiosity igniting her soul. Jesus spoke of a time to weep and a time to laugh, of the futility of riches and the search for meaning. Themes so familiar to Miriam from the dusty pages of Ecclesiastes. She felt a shiver run down her spine. Here was a man who had taken the wisdom of her ancestors and breathed new life into it. The echoes of the teacher's words were not lost on him. The texts filled with the weight of human experience appeared to be guiding his every teaching. As she drew closer, she heard him speak of the lilies in the fields, how they did not labor or spin yet were clothed with beauty. Tears pooled in Miriam's eyes. The words resonated deeply within her. She felt as if Ecclesiastes had come alive, transcending time and space, connecting the wisdom of the old with the hope of the new. How could a man so different from her grandfather grasp the essence of that age-old truth? The crowd was entranced, faces illuminated by hope and curiosity. In the midst of it all stood a rich young ruler, a man who had everything yet felt an emptiness gnawing at his heart. He approached Jesus, kneeling before him, seeking answers that wealth could not buy. "Good teacher," he asked, "what must I do to inherit eternal life?" The question hung in the air, heavy and urgent. Miriam held her breath, the tension palpable. Jesus looked at the young man with compassion, responding with words that echoed the sentiments of Ecclesiastes, a reminder of the vanity of earthly possessions. "Sell everything you have and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven." The young man's face fell, the light of hope dimmed by the weight of his riches. He turned away, and Miriam's heart ached for him. In that moment, the words of Ecclesiastes reverberated louder than ever. "For what does a man gain by all the toil at which he toils under the sun?" As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows on the ground, Miriam pondered the rich tapestry of life that wove Ecclesiastes into the fabric of the New Testament. The lessons from the past were not ghosts but rather guiding stars for those seeking meaning in a chaotic world. Jesus, the embodiment of hope, was reaching back to the wisdom that had long been forgotten, connecting generations through shared struggles and timeless truths. The crowd erupted in murmurs, some stirred by the rich man's loss, others moving closer to grasp the essence of Jesus' message. Amid the noise, an older man, a scholar well-versed in scripture, stood listening intently. He caught Miriam's eye and nodded knowingly. This was a man who understood the significance of the connection between the past and present, the intertwining of life's fleeting moments with the eternal wisdom found in ancient texts. Miriam felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Was it possible that even in despair, there was meaning to be found? The words of Ecclesiastes began to morph into something more, a bridge leading to a new understanding. The teacher from Nazareth was breathing fresh air into old bones, offering a perspective that turned despair into purpose. She could see it in the faces around her, the glimmer of realization beginning to unfold. The night fell, and with it, a hush enveloped the crowd. Jesus spoke softly now, his words tinged with urgency. "The time is coming when all will be made right," he proclaimed, echoing the longings woven into the fabric of Ecclesiastes. Each heart resonated with the hope that one day, the cyclical nature of life, the toil and the struggle would culminate in something greater. Miriam closed her eyes, feeling the weight of every story, every struggle, every moment of joy and sorrow that life had to offer. She felt connected not just to the words of Ecclesiastes but to the very essence of humanity, the search for purpose that transcended time. A tear slipped down her cheek as she understood that these ancient words were not merely ink on parchment, but a living testament to the human experience. A reminder that in the quest for meaning, one was never truly alone. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the crowd. A woman, distraught and desperate, pushed her way forward. She had lost her child, her voice trembling with anguish. "Teacher, please help me." Miriam's heart raced. She watched as Jesus turned, his eyes filled with compassion, embodying the very essence of hope, just as Ecclesiastes had promised. What would he say? How would he respond? The tension in the air thickened, and Miriam felt every heartbeat resonate with the weight of the moment. The echoes of Ecclesiastes lingered, a reminder that life was fleeting, but the hope for redemption burned brightly. The world teetered on the brink, and in that sacred moment, Miriam knew that the teachings of the old were alive and breathing through the new, intertwining their fates in a dance that would echo through eternity. In a bustling city, a young woman sat in a crowded cafe, her fingers tapping rhythmically on her laptop. The hum of conversation surrounded her like a soft blanket, yet her mind was racing. She was on the brink of a breakthrough that could change lives. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she coded a program designed to predict natural disasters using historical data. Outside, storm clouds gathered ominously in the distance, mirroring the urgency of her work. In that moment, the weight of history pressed heavily upon her, each piece of data representing not just numbers but lives lost, families torn apart, and communities devastated. Just a few blocks away, an elderly man sat on a park bench, his weathered hands clutching a faded newspaper. He scanned the headlines that chronicled the relentless march of technology, marveling at the advancements that had unfolded since his youth. The world had transformed beyond recognition, yet the echoes of the past lingered, a reminder that knowledge is a powerful tool, one that can save lives if wielded wisely. He thought of the great fires that once swept through his hometown, obliterating everything in their path. Those memories ignited a fire of their own within him, fueling a passion for fire safety that had led him to become an advocate. He had spent decades working to ensure that history did not repeat itself. In another part of the city, children gathered around a tablet in an after-school program. They leaned in closer, their faces illuminated by the screen, eyes wide with wonder as they learned about climate change through interactive simulations. These children, full of dreams and aspirations, were not just passive observers. They were the next generation, equipped with the knowledge and tools to combat the very challenges that had devastated societies before them. They were learning about the impact of deforestation, pollution, and rising sea levels, lessons derived from the turmoil of the past. Each click and swipe was a step toward understanding a world that needed their voices, their actions, to create a sustainable future. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit lab, scientists in white coats huddled around a microscope, studying the remnants of ancient bacteria found in Arctic ice cores. They whispered excitedly about the implications for modern medicine. Could these ancient organisms hold the key to combating antibiotic resistance? The thought sent shivers down their spines. The past was not just a collection of bygone events. It was a treasure trove of knowledge waiting to be unlocked, a bridge connecting humanity's trials to its triumphs. Each discovery was a reminder that the lessons of history, filled with both brilliance and folly, had the power to shape the present. A tech entrepreneur in a sleek office building gazed out at the skyline, deep in thought. He was on the verge of launching an app that would connect people in need with services, inspired by the community networks that had once banded together in times of crisis. The voices of heroes from the past echoed in his mind, those who had risked their lives to help others during disasters. His heart raced as he envisioned how modern technology could facilitate that same spirit of solidarity, transforming isolated individuals into a supportive network. Every line of code was a homage to the resilience of those who had come before him. In contrast, a journalist furiously scribbled notes in a busy newsroom, her pulse quickening as she pieced together a story about the inequities laid bare by a recent natural disaster. She wove narratives of hope and despair, drawing on first-hand accounts from survivors. Her article was not just a report. It was a call to action, urging society to learn from past mistakes, to recognize the importance of preparedness and equitable response. Her heart ached for those who had lost everything, but it also soared with the knowledge that her words could inspire change, could galvanize a community to come together in support of one another. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the city, a group of activists gathered in a community center. Their faces shone with determination as they discussed strategies to combat the very real threats of climate change. They were driven by the stories of those who had suffered in silence, their voices echoing through time. The activists knew that they were not just fighting for themselves. They were carrying the torch for future generations. Each shared experience, each historical lesson learned, fueled their passion and commitment. As night fell, the young woman in the cafe prepared to present her research at a tech conference. Her heart raced with anticipation, each beat resonating with the weight of what was at stake. She stood before a sea of eager faces, recalling the tragedies her work aimed to prevent. With every statistic she shared, every heartfelt story she recounted, she felt the energy in the room shift. The audience was not just listening. They were feeling, connecting with the urgency of the moment. The power of history was alive in that space, binding them together in a shared mission. In the shadows of the past, where stories of resilience and heartbreak intertwined, modern applications emerged, illuminating paths once obscured by time. It became clear that the relevance of history was not confined to dusty textbooks but pulsated vibrantly in the present. Each innovation, each lesson learned, whispered a promise of hope, echoing through the corridors of time. The connections between past and present were undeniable, a tapestry woven with threads of struggle and triumph, beckoning humanity to rise and act. In a dimly lit study, a man sat hunched over an ancient text, the pages fragile and yellowed with age, whispering secrets of wisdom long past. A single candle flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, as if the very souls of those who penned the words were alive, urging him to listen. This was no ordinary book. It was the book of Ecclesiastes, a collection of reflections that set the stage for a struggle as old as humanity itself, a search for meaning amid the chaos of existence. The words leaped off the page, each sentence a mirror reflecting the futility of life. Vanity of vanities, it proclaimed. All is vanity. The man felt a shiver run through him, a chill that echoed the sentiments of countless seekers throughout history. Was life merely a fleeting shadow, a breath of air that dissipated before one could grasp its essence? It struck him. Ecclesiastes questions the core of human existence, much like the existentialists who followed. Centuries passed since those words were first inscribed, yet the feelings remained fresh, raw. The great King Solomon, often credited as the author, had sat on a throne surrounded by riches and power, yet questioned everything, finding emptiness in gold and wisdom alike. The man thought of the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, who proclaimed that existence precedes essence, suggesting that individuals must create their own meaning in a world that offers none. Every turn of the page filled the air with tension, as if the walls themselves held their breath. He felt connected to a lineage of thinkers, Socrates, Nietzsche, Camus, each grappling with the same profound questions. Were they not all, in some sense, echoing Solomon's lament? The man's heart raced as he contemplated the absurdity of it all. Outside, the world seemed unyielding in its indifference, the night thick with the weight of unanswered questions. Stars twinkled far above, cold and distant, much like the answers mankind yearned for. The philosopher's voice echoed in his mind. What does it mean to be? To exist in a world that seems to mock our search for significance. The candle flickered once more, and he felt the shadows shift, as though the very essence of existence was reaching out to him. He closed his eyes, envisioning a time when Ecclesiastes was first read aloud in ancient gatherings. Imagine the solemn faces, the whispers of shared doubt, the communal grappling with life's meaning. The book had survived wars, persecutions, and the relentless march of time, a testament to its power. In those moments of reflection, the words resonated deeply, stirring the very core of what it meant to be alive. And then, like a thunderclap, the realization struck the man. Life itself could be both beautiful and terrifying, a canvas painted with shades of joy and sorrow. Ecclesiastes and existentialism danced together in a poignant waltz. The idea that life might be absurd didn't diminish its richness. Rather, it illuminated it like the stars in the night sky, each one a reminder of the fleeting moments of clarity amidst the chaos. He imagined the great thinkers of the past gathered around a fire, exchanging their thoughts under the vast cosmos. Camus would have spoken of the myth of Sisyphus, a figure condemned to roll a boulder up a hill only to watch it tumble back down, representing the eternal struggle against the absurdity of life. Solomon would nod knowingly, understanding that each of us, in our own way, pushes that metaphorical boulder, seeking purpose in an indifferent universe. As the candle dwindled, the atmosphere grew heavier, thick with the weight of contemplation. The man felt an urgent pull to stand beside these giants, to join the chorus of those who wrestled with meaning. Each moment spent with Ecclesiastes was a moment spent in the company of the lost and the seeking, a communion with the hearts that beat in synchronicity with despair and hope. He envisioned the countless generations who sought solace in the wisdom of Ecclesiastes, their voices rising like echoes in the night. To everything, there is a season. How beautifully simple, yet infinitely complex. Life unfolded in cycles, moments of joy intertwined with sorrow, the inevitable ebb and flow that shaped the human experience. Yet, just as hope sparkled, despair threatened to overshadow it. The man felt a gnawing uncertainty. Was it enough to embrace life's absurdity? Or did one need to carve out their own meaning, like a sculptor chiseling away at a block of marble to reveal the hidden form within? The candle sputtered, its light flickering, mirroring the man's internal struggle. He thought of those who came after Solomon, the existentialists who wrestled with the void, their words filled with urgency and desperation. Their cries echoed in the silence of the room, as if the very text of Ecclesiastes were responding, reminding him that the questions, though daunting, were part of the human experience. Suddenly, the man felt raw emotion welling up inside him, a tumult of fear, hope, and an overwhelming desire to grasp the meaning of it all. He clutched the book tightly, sensing the weight of history within it. Each page turned was a heartbeat, a pulse connecting him to those who sought answers before him. He could almost hear their whispers in the wind, urging him to confront the mystery head-on. Outside, the world continued its relentless march, oblivious to the storm of thoughts raging within him. The man's heart raced as he realized that perhaps this very struggle was the essence of life itself. Embracing the questions, acknowledging the sorrow, and still choosing to find light in the darkness. Was that not the greatest act of courage? In that moment, he understood that Ecclesiastes was not merely a reflection of despair but an invitation to live fully, to embrace the contradictions, to dance amidst the chaos. The candle flickered once more, casting one last glow upon the words that had captivated him, leaving him yearning for the next chapter in this timeless tale of existence. The line between the past and present blurred, as he felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him, each echo urging him to continue the quest for meaning in a world that promised none. And as he turned the page again, a thrill raced through him, for he knew the journey was far from over. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound that echoed the deep, unspoken fears of the villagers. Nature, in all its grandeur and fury, played a central role, a character in its own right, shaping the lives and destinies of those who dared to dwell within its embrace. It loomed over them, a constant reminder of both beauty and terror, of life's fragility and the strength found in the wild. In one scene, as a storm approached, the sky darkened and ominous clouds rolled in like an army ready to invade. The villagers scurried about, locking doors and drawing curtains, their hearts racing in tandem with the distant rumble of thunder. Nature's fury was not merely a spectacle. It was a force that commanded respect. Yet, in that chaos, there was an undeniable beauty in the way lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the landscape in brief, breathtaking flashes. Historically, storms have been more than just weather. They were the backdrop to human strife and resilience. The Great Storm of 1987 had taken the nation by surprise, uprooting centuries-old trees and forever altering the landscape. In a way, it mirrored the lives of the characters in the book, who faced their own tempests, both external and internal. Just like the trees that bent and broke, they too had to confront their vulnerabilities, learning that strength often comes from yielding to the storms that life throws their way. As the tempest raged outside, the protagonist found solace in the forest, a place that had always been a refuge. The trees stood tall, their roots gripping the earth as if defying the chaos around them. With each step deeper into the woods, the cacophony of the storm faded, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle chirping of birds perched high above. Nature whispered secrets to those willing to listen, revealing that amidst fear, there was also hope. The protagonist felt this duality, the fear of the storm and the peace found in the embrace of the old trees. Much like the ancient Celts believed that the forest was alive with spirits, each character in the book carried their own burdens, and the forest bore witness to their struggles. The gnarled branches and thick underbrush held stories of love lost and found, of battles fought and won, and of moments when silence spoke louder than words. Nature became the silent ally, cradling their darkest secrets while providing the strength to confront them. In one poignant moment, the protagonist stumbled upon a clearing illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. Here, the air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage, and a tranquil stillness enveloped the space. It was a sacred place, untouched by time. As they knelt down to touch the damp soil, a rush of emotion surged through them. This connection to the earth felt primal and raw. Nature offered a sense of belonging, a reminder that life was interwoven with the rhythms of the world around them. In contrast, the history of the land told tales of destruction as well. The Great Fire of 1666 that ravaged London stood as a testament to the power of nature's wrath. Entire neighborhoods were consumed, and as the flames licked the sky, they left behind a charred landscape, forever altering the lives of many. The characters in the book, much like the city, found themselves in moments of reawakening, learning to rise from the ashes and rebuild what was lost. Each step forward bolstered by the lessons learned from nature's duality. But it wasn't just storms and fires that marked the narrative. It was also the gentle cycles of the seasons that played a vital role. The arrival of spring brought with it a renewal that resonated deeply within the characters. Buds began to bloom, painting the world in vibrant hues, a stark contrast to the bleakness of winter. These changes in nature mirrored the characters' journeys as they shed past pains and embraced new beginnings. With every flower that blossomed, they found themselves moving closer to acceptance and healing, reconnecting with the essence of life itself. The quiet moments, spent listening to the whispers of trees swaying in the breeze, were just as powerful as the chaotic storms. The protagonist often found themselves reflecting amidst the stillness, contemplating their choices, their loves, and their losses. Nature became a mirror, reflecting not just their surroundings, but also their innermost thoughts, revealing truths that were often buried under layers of fear and doubt. As the narrative continued, the heavy weight of history pressed upon the characters. The ghost of the Black Death, which swept through Europe in the 14th century, lingered like a shadow over their lives. Nature had reclaimed the land, yet the echoes of suffering remained, reminding them that the cycle of life included pain, loss, and ultimately, rebirth. In those moments of introspection, they understood that nature was not just a backdrop but a lifeline. It taught them to endure, to adapt, and to find beauty even in the darkest of times. The characters often sought refuge in the mountains, where the air was crisp and the views breathtaking. Standing at a precipice, they felt small yet invincible, as if they could touch the sky. The ascent was a struggle, much like the journey they faced in life. Each step was a reminder of the obstacles they had overcome, and as they reached the summit, they breathed in the fresh air, feeling a deep sense of connection to the earth below and the heavens above. Nature, with all its complexities, became an essential thread that wove through their lives. It was a source of inspiration and conflict, a reminder of what mattered most. With every storm calmed and every season that changed, the characters learned to navigate the wild terrain of their emotions, finding strength in vulnerability and beauty in the chaos. The next chapter awaited, a continuation of their intertwining stories, as they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever nature had in store for them. Underneath the sprawling shade of an ancient olive tree, a man sat in silence, his fingers tracing the worn edges of a scroll. The air around him was thick with the scent of earth and the whispers of time, a timeless space where the echoes of laughter, sorrow, and wisdom intertwined. His heart was heavy, burdened with questions that no one seemed to answer. What was the purpose of life? Why did the sun rise only to set, day after day, in a relentless cycle? He was a seeker, a wanderer in a world that often felt like a labyrinth, and he longed for a glimmer of understanding. This man, traditionally identified as Solomon, was not merely a king draped in gold and silk. He was a seeker of wisdom in a land steeped in tradition and faith. He had built a magnificent temple that gleamed under the sun, a symbol of devotion and a testament to the dreams of his people. Yet, in the quietude of dusk, as shadows danced across the stone, he felt an emptiness that all his riches could not fill. The echoes of laughter that bounced off the walls of his palace felt hollow, and the feasts that once brought him joy now tasted like dust. He had searched the world for answers, journeying through the bustling markets of Jerusalem, engaging with philosophers, merchants, and even the wise men of distant lands. Each conversation had left him with more questions than answers, as if wisdom were a mirage, ever elusive. The stories of others were rich and vibrant, yet in their telling, he found only reflections of his own despair. Was there truly a meaning to all the toil and labor? Was life but a fleeting shadow? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, he unfurled the scroll before him. The words, written in delicate script, seemed to pulse with life. They spoke of the endless cycle of existence, of the birth and death of stars, and of the fleeting nature of human joy. Vanity of vanities, he read aloud, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. All is vanity. In that moment, the weight of truth pressed down on him like a heavy stone, sinking into his chest. The scroll recounted tales of great kings and mighty empires, of battles fought and dreams shattered. It shared the wisdom of ages past, gathered through countless lifetimes. But as he read, he felt an ache in his heart. Was the pursuit of wisdom itself a vanity? Was it all just a game played by fate, where the stakes were life and death, yet the outcome remained forever out of reach? Night fell softly around him, and the stars blinked into existence, cold and indifferent. Solomon's thoughts spiraled like a whirlwind. He could almost hear the laughter of the people he ruled, a cacophony of joy that felt like it belonged to another world. He remembered the faces of his subjects, their hopes, dreams, and fears, all woven together in the fabric of society. Their stories, like threads, created a tapestry of existence that he now saw as both beautiful and tragic. Yet, here he sat, alone with the weight of his crown and the burden of wisdom that felt more like a curse. What is better, he mused, to be wise and burdened, or to be ignorant and carefree? He thought of the young men and women who danced in the streets, their eyes bright with the flame of life. They did not worry about the weight of existence. They lived in the moment, their laughter ringing like bells. Was there wisdom in their simplicity? Could he, a king steeped in knowledge, ever share in that joy? Tears threatened to spill as he wrestled with these thoughts. The scroll bore the wisdom of ages, yet it was a wisdom that seemed to mock him. The more he learned, the deeper the chasm of uncertainty grew. He thought of the wise man, the fool, and how both ultimately met the same fate. Death, the great equalizer, loomed over them all, a shadow that whispered of futility. What was the point of acquiring wisdom if it would not shield him from the inevitable? Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and hooded, stepping lightly over the cool earth. The man's presence felt both familiar and foreign, an embodiment of the mysteries that surrounded Solomon. There was a certain intensity in his gaze, as if he held secrets that could ignite the very air around them, and Solomon felt a jolt of curiosity. "What troubles you, king?" the figure asked, his voice smooth like honey but with an undertone of gravity. Solomon met his gaze, searching for answers buried in the depths of those dark eyes. "I seek wisdom," he confessed, voice trembling. "But the more I seek, the more lost I feel." The figure nodded slowly, as if understanding the weight of his words. "Wisdom is a path, not a destination. It is both a gift and a burden, and the heart must be open to embrace it fully. There was something electric in the air, a charge that made Solomon's skin tingle. He leaned forward, heart racing, grasping for the thread of enlightenment that hung between them. What if wisdom leads to despair? Solomon asked, desperation creeping into his tone. What if it reveals only the emptiness of existence? Ah, the figure said, a smile playing on his lips. But despair can also be a teacher. It can lead you to insight, to the understanding that life is not simply a series of questions but a tapestry of experiences woven together. As the stranger spoke, the night seemed to grow darker, the stars now mere pinpricks in the vast expanse of the sky. Solomon's heart beat in rhythm with the words, each one a drum echoing through the silence. The pulse of life swelled with emotions, fear, hope, confusion, crashing together like waves on a rocky shore. With every passing moment, the night deepened, and Solomon felt the veil of understanding beginning to lift, revealing glimpses of truth amid the shadows. The flicker of wisdom danced on the edge of his consciousness, beckoning him to grasp it, to let it flow through him like the river that nourishes the land. But just as quickly, doubts surged, a tempest of questions and fears that threatened to drown him in uncertainty. And yet, as he sat across from the cloaked stranger, the promise of wisdom loomed tantalizingly close, like a distant star that burned brighter than all the rest. He could feel it, pulsing in the air, alive and vibrant, challenging him to reach out and embrace it. The search for wisdom was not merely an intellectual pursuit. It was a journey of the soul, an epic tale waiting to unfold. The winds whispered through the leaves, carrying the secrets of the ages, as Solomon's heart raced with the urgency of 1,000 stories yearning to be told. The scroll lay open before him, its words swirling like a storm, each letter a key to the labyrinth of existence. In that moment, with the weight of the world pressing down upon him, Solomon recognized that the search for wisdom was an unending quest, a tale woven into the very fabric of life itself, destined to intertwine with the next chapter of his existence. In a small village nestled between ancient mountains, a weathered storyteller gathered the townsfolk around a flickering fire. His voice, like warm honey, wove tales of bravery, love, and loss, each story steeped in the rich culture of their ancestors. As the flames danced, so did the spirits of those who had lived and died before them, their laughter echoing through the ages. With every word, the storyteller painted pictures in the minds of his audience, but what remained hidden was the deeper meaning woven into each tale, the impact of their cultural context, which shaped how each listener interpreted the narrative. In the shadows of the flickering light, a young girl named Amina listened intently, her wide eyes reflecting the fire's glow. She was captivated, not just by the stories, but by the subtle nuances that swirled around them. The villagers understood the weight of the stories differently, depending on their own experiences, beliefs, and heritage. For Amina, the tale of a lost warrior resonated with longing. Her uncle had gone missing in the mountains only a year before. To the elders, it reminded them of their youth, when they too had ventured forth with dreams of glory and adventure. Each listener drew from their own well of emotions, their interpretations shaped by the contours of their lives. As the night deepened, the storyteller's voice grew more intense. He recounted an ancient legend about a fierce dragon that once roamed the skies. The villagers gasped, their eyes widening with fear and excitement. But beyond the thrill of the dragon's fire, the tale held deeper meanings. To some, it symbolized the challenges of life, a beast to be conquered. To others, it reflected the power of nature, an entity to be respected and feared. Amina felt the tremors of understanding ripple through her, realizing that the story's essence transformed in the hearts of the listeners, colored by their distinct cultural backgrounds. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through the village, extinguishing the fire's glow and plunging the gathering into darkness. Gasps echoed as the villagers clutched one another. Panic surged, but from the shadows emerged an elderly woman, her eyes shining like stars. "Fear not," she said, her voice steady and strong. "The darkness teaches us. It is in the shadows that we find our light. She spoke of traditions long past, of rituals and practices that ignited hope in the bleakest of times. Her words echoed the cultural context that enveloped her, one of resilience and spiritual connection. Amina felt a spark in her heart, igniting a desire to understand the layers of meaning hidden within every story. As the fire was rekindled, the villagers resumed their rapt attention, but the mood had shifted. The tension of fear had transformed into a collective understanding. They resumed their listening, now more aware of how their own cultural narratives shaped their perceptions. One by one, they began to share their interpretations, weaving their personal histories into the fabric of the storyteller's legend. The thrill of the dragon became a symbol of courage for the youth, a warning for the wise, a reminder for the forgotten. The tales morphed and twisted like the flames, each version adding new dimensions, each voice echoing the rich complexities of their shared humanity. Amina felt the weight of tradition pressing against her chest, intertwining with her hope for the future. She thought of the stories her grandmother had told her about love that transcended time, about friendships that could withstand the fiercest storms. Those stories, too, were shaped by the cultural lens through which her grandmother had lived. Amina realized that as she grew older, she would tell her own stories, colored by her personal experiences and the world around her. But what kind of tales would she share? Would she carry forth the wisdom of her ancestors, or would she create something entirely new? The night wore on, and the tales flowed like the river, reflecting the moonlight in shimmering patterns. The villagers spoke of battles fought long ago, not just with swords but with ideas and beliefs that shaped their existence. They debated the significance of their village's history, how it influenced their current lives, and how future generations would interpret these stories. The tension between tradition and change simmered in the air, as passions ignited with each new interpretation. Outside, the mountains stood sentinel, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama of human emotion and connection. Amina gazed at their towering peaks, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon her. Every rock, every tree held stories untold, echoes of laughter and tears woven into the very fabric of the land. She envisioned her own narrative etched into the stone, a tale that would ripple through time, igniting feelings in the hearts of those who would come after her, just as the fireside tales had done for her. With a renewed sense of purpose, Amina leaned closer to the fire, her heart racing with anticipation as the storyteller prepared to unveil the final tale of the night. It was a story steeped in magic and mystery, a tale that promised to enlighten and challenge everything she thought she knew. As the first words rolled off his tongue, the villagers held their breath, their eyes reflecting the fire's glow, waiting for the mystical connection to unravel before them. The tale wove through the air, painting vivid images of a world where the past and present collided. It sang of love lost and found, of dreams chased and abandoned, and at its core lay a profound truth. Every interpretation was a reflection of the listener's own journey. Amina, with her heart in her throat, felt the tug of fate. As the lines blurred between story and reality, she saw her own life unfolding in the storyteller's words. The cultural context around her became a living, breathing entity, pulsating with life and emotion. And she knew this was only the beginning of an endless exploration of meaning and connection that would stretch far beyond this night, far beyond her wildest dreams. As the flames crackled, Amina's thoughts raced, weaving in and out of the tales around her, understanding that their shared narratives were more than just stories. They were lifelines that connected them all in a tapestry of human experience. The air was thick with anticipation as the storyteller continued, each word a thread pulling her deeper into the mystical web of history, tradition, and interpretation. There was no end in sight, only the promise of more to come. Where the lines of culture would blur, emotions would rise and fall like the tide, and the power of the human spirit would forge connections that transcended time and space. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a brilliant orange. As an old man sat on a weathered stone bench, the echo of distant laughter lingering in the air, he gazed at the world around him, a world filled with laughter, tears, hopes, and fears, an endless tapestry of human experience. This man, wise beyond his years, carried the weight of thoughts that had haunted him through countless sunrises and sunsets. He breathed in deeply, inhaling the scent of the earth mixed with the crispness of the evening wind, and began to ponder the age-old questions that had stirred the souls of men for centuries. "Is all of this truly worth it?" he whispered, as if the wind itself could offer an answer. His voice was barely a murmur against the backdrop of life that continued unabated. He thought of his youth, spent chasing shadows and dreams, and the years that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. He had strived, fought, and carved out a life, but here he was, still asking, what does it all mean? The echoes of the ancient words from Ecclesiastes danced in his mind, each syllable a haunting reminder of life's fleeting nature. "Vanity of vanities," he recalled, a phrase that dripped with the weight of truth. It was as if the writer himself stood there beside him, sharing the burden of existential contemplation. Was the pursuit of wisdom just another form of vanity? The man couldn't shake the thought. He remembered the rich and the poor, those who laughed and those who cried, all intertwined in a grand spectacle of existence. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, did any of it truly matter? With each passing moment, the sun's final rays surrendered to a deepening twilight. Shadows stretched long and thin, as if trying to grasp the last remnants of warmth. The old man felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, a bittersweet ache that settled in his chest. Life, he mused, was a cycle, a relentless wheel that kept turning, indifferent to the struggles of the individual. He thought of the seasons, how they each came and went, bringing life and then taking it away. The trees blossomed beautifully, only to shed their leaves in the autumn chill, a poignant reminder that nothing lasts. Time and chance happened to them all, he murmured, feeling the weight of this truth settle over him like a heavy cloak. The winds of fortune could lift a man high one day and cast him down the next. How many had he seen rise to power, only to be brought low by the whims of fate? It was a cruel dance, this thing called life, and yet there was beauty in its unpredictability. Around him, the world continued to pulse with vitality. Children played, their laughter ringing out like sweet music, while lovers whispered promises under a canopy of stars. The old man could almost feel the warmth of their joy, but it was tainted by the knowledge that time would steal it all away. What is the point of it all? He wondered, wrestling with a sense of despair that tugged at his heart. Was he doomed to witness the same cycle repeat itself endlessly? As night fell, the first stars appeared, twinkling like distant beacons of hope in the inky sky. They reminded him that even in darkness, there was light. He reflected on the wisdom of the ages, how the search for meaning often led to profound realizations hidden within the mundane. To everything, there is a season, he whispered, allowing the words to wash over him like a soothing balm. Each moment mattered, no matter how small. The laughter, the tears, the love shared between friends. They were all threads in the fabric of existence. Yet, even in acknowledging this, a restlessness simmered within him. It was one thing to understand. It was another to accept. The old man looked at the stars and felt a pang of longing. Did they know their purpose? Did they shine just to illuminate the night? Or was there a greater design at play? A shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated the vastness of the universe, the extraordinary complexity that lay beyond his understanding. He felt like a speck of dust in an infinite cosmos, and yet, paradoxically, his existence pulsed with a significance that could not be ignored. He thought of the time he had spent in quiet contemplation, pondering the meaning of life and death. He had lost loved ones, felt the sting of grief, and the hollowness that followed. Each loss had carved a deeper understanding within him, but also a yearning for answers that seemed forever out of reach. If death was inevitable, what was the worth of this fleeting journey? Better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting, he recalled, his heart heavy with the weight of profound realizations. In sorrow, there was clarity. In reflection, a desolate beauty. The memories of those he had lost washed over him like a tidal wave, threatening to pull him under. But he held on, clinging to the belief that their lives, however brief, had been significant. As the night deepened, a sense of resolve began to settle in. The old man realized that while he may never uncover the ultimate truth, he could still embrace the moments of joy and sorrow with equal fervor. Life was an intricate dance of contradictions, joy intertwined with grief, purpose laced with uncertainty. It was this very complexity that painted existence with vibrant hues. In the shadows of his thoughts, he sensed a shift. The questions that had once plagued him began to transform into affirmations. Each heartbeat was a testament to the beauty of being alive, each breath a reminder of the connections forged with others. Perhaps it was not about finding definitive answers, but rather about experiencing life as it unfolded, allowing its richness to resonate within him. And as he sat on that stone bench, surrounded by the echoes of laughter and the whispers of the wind, he felt a newfound sense of belonging in the great tapestry of existence. The stars above twinkled brighter, as if they too were witnesses to his awakening. The world was vast and unknowable, yet within it lay an extraordinary significance that sparked a flicker of hope in his heart. The dance continued, and he was, after all, a part of it, a vital note in the symphony of life. As the night sky embraced the earth, enveloping it in a blanket of stillness, the old man closed his eyes, surrendering to the rhythm of existence. The weight of unanswered questions lingered, but instead of despair, there was a strange comfort. Within the cycle of life and death, hope and despair, he found a fragile, haunting beauty that echoed the wisdom of ages past, waiting patiently to be understood. In a dimly lit room, an old man sits at a wooden table, fingers trembling as he holds a fragile piece of paper. Time has etched its lines on his face, each wrinkle telling stories of love, loss, and longing. Outside, the rain drums softly against the window, but inside, a world thrives, a world woven with words. As he unfolds the crumbling letter, the faint scent of ink and paper fills the air, whispering of a distant past. The words emerge, alive and vibrant, pulling him into a dance of emotions that reignites the flame of memories long buried. Poetry has always been the voice of the human soul, a bridge connecting hearts across the ages. It speaks in the language of love and despair, joy and sorrow. Every line is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence, capturing the essence of moments that might otherwise slip away into the void. In ancient times, tribes would gather around flickering fires, their breath visible in the chill of the night, sharing verses that echoed the triumphs and tragedies of their lives. The rhythmic beats of drums accompanied their words, giving life to the stories that shaped their identities and cultures. Take the ancient Greeks, whose poets breathed life into the very fabric of their civilization. Homer, with his epics, didn't just tell tales of gods and heroes. He conveyed the very struggles of humanity. The Iliad and the Odyssey aren't merely stories of war and adventure. They resonate with every reader, revealing the courage and vulnerabilities of their characters. Achilles' wrath mirrors our own frustrations, while Odysseus' longing for home speaks to that unquenchable thirst for belonging. Shift your gaze to the east, where the haikus of Matsuo Basho encapsulated entire seasons in just a few syllables. A fleeting moment, a fallen cherry blossom, and suddenly, the reader is transported to a serene landscape, feeling the gentle caress of the spring breeze. In this simplicity lies profound meaning, each word a vessel carrying emotions that can be felt even centuries later. It's no wonder that generations have turned to poetry for solace, finding in its verses a reflection of their own experiences. The power of poetry to convey meaning transcends time, resonating through the ages. In the tumultuous era of the Renaissance, a time of rebirth and exploration, poets like Petrarch and Shakespeare wove intricate tapestries of love and longing. The sonnets of Shakespeare captured the essence of desire, heartbreak, and the relentless passage of time. "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" With these words, he invites us into a world of beauty, illuminating the deep connection between the transient nature of life and the lasting power of love. Yet, it wasn't just the Romantics who wielded poetry as a tool for meaning. The haunting verses of the Romantic poets, Wordsworth, Byron, and Keats, evoked the sublime, making readers confront the beauty and terror of nature. Wordsworth's lines about daffodils dancing in the breeze resonate with a simple joy that can lift the heaviest of hearts. In these moments, the reader is reminded that poetry can turn the mundane into the extraordinary, revealing hidden depths in everyday experiences. As the sun set over the fields of battle, the pen became mightier than the sword. Amid conflict, poets like Walt Whitman used their words to capture the raw essence of humanity, embracing both the beauty and brutality of life. His lines from Leaves of Grass breathe with a fierce love for mankind, reminding us that within the chaos, there exists a shared bond, a collective heartbeat that echoes through time. Whitman painted portraits of people, workers, lovers, dreamers, each verse a testament to the human spirit's resilience. The echoes of history's struggles find voice in the verses of poets who lived through tumult. The Harlem Renaissance, a cultural explosion in the early 20th century, birthed voices like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston. Their words cut through the silence of oppression, demanding acknowledgement and respect. Hughes' I, Too, became a powerful anthem of strength and defiance, speaking against the injustices faced by African Americans. It's a reminder that poetry serves as both a mirror and a weapon, a way to articulate pain and hope in equal measure. Even in the darkest of times, when silence threatened to swallow voices whole, poets emerged. The Holocaust brought forth the haunting words of Paul Celan, who transformed sorrow into beauty through his poignant verses. His poem, Death Fugue, captures the unspeakable horrors of genocide while simultaneously preserving the memories of those who suffered. In this act of remembrance, poetry becomes a sacred space where loss is transformed into an enduring legacy. With the rise of modernity, the role of poetry evolved yet again. The Beat generation, with its raw energy and unapologetic honesty, brought forth a new wave of expression. Poets like Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac shattered conventions, articulating the struggles of a disillusioned generation. Ginsberg's Howl is a visceral outcry, a genuine expression of angst and elation that resonates with anyone who has felt lost in the chaos of life. The words pulse with urgency, a reminder of the transformative power of poetry to capture not just the spirit of an era, but the depths of the human experience itself. As the old man reads on, the rain intensifies, drumming a fervent rhythm against the window. Each stanza pulls him deeper, the words wrapping around his heart like a warm embrace. The paper crinkles beneath his fingers, and he can almost hear the voices of those who have come before him. Whispers of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. He realizes that poetry is not merely about crafting beautiful sentences. It's about connecting the threads of human experience, weaving a tapestry that spans generations. The room is filled with a palpable energy, an invisible thread binding the past to the present. The sound of a distant thunderclap mirrors the turmoil within him, stirring memories long tucked away. This is the power of poetry. It doesn't just convey meaning. It resonates within the soul, echoing the unspoken fears and dreams that dwell in the human spirit. Each word dances in the air, igniting a fire that refuses to be extinguished, propelling him forward into the next line, the next verse, the next revelation. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient scriptorium, shadows danced across the walls as scribes hunched over their work, the air thick with the scent of parchment and ink. Each stroke of the quill was a whisper of history, a connection to lives lived centuries before. Among the countless scrolls and tablets lay treasures of wisdom, tales of gods and men, myths that shaped cultures and beliefs. It was in this sacred space that the echoes of the past collided, revealing the profound interplay between texts that have shaped humanity's understanding of its own existence. In this swirling cacophony of ancient voices, one could hear the cries of the Epic of Gilgamesh, a timeless tale of friendship and the search for immortality. The weight of its themes, the longing, the loss, resonated like a drumbeat through the ages. Who among us hasn't pondered the fragility of life, the inevitability of death? The echoes of Gilgamesh's journey could be felt in the stories of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, where heroism and fate dance together under the watchful eyes of the gods. Both texts, despite their different settings and characters, grappled with the same fundamental questions. What does it mean to be human? What legacy do we leave behind? As the pages of these ancient works turned, another voice joined the chorus, the haunting melodies of the Bhagavad Gita. Here was a dialogue that transcended time, where warrior Arjuna stood frozen on the battlefield, torn between duty and morality. The weight of choice pressed heavily upon his shoulders, a burden that every reader has felt in their own life's conflicts. The Gita's exploration of dharma, or duty, echoed in the actions of Achilles and Odysseus, highlighting the universal struggle between personal desire and societal obligation. Each character, in their own way, faced the crossroads of fate, their decisions weaving the fabric of their destinies. The emotions surged like a tide, sweeping readers along as they encountered the wisdom of Confucius, whose teachings on morality and ethics found a strange kinship with the philosophical musings of Plato in ancient Greece. In the Analects, Confucius imparted lessons on respect, loyalty, and virtue, while Plato's dialogues invited readers to question reality itself. Both thinkers, separated by thousands of miles and centuries, sought to peel back the layers of human experience, illuminating the path toward understanding oneself and the society around them. The heart raced, filled with the urgency of these inquiries that still resonate in contemporary lives. Yet, as one moved through this labyrinth of texts, the chilling specter of the Book of Job emerged, a raw and revealing exploration of faith in the face of suffering. Why do bad things happen to good people? It was a question that transcended time, echoing through the ages, capturing the anguish of countless souls. Job's unwavering determination, even when confronted by unimaginable loss, was a poignant reminder of resilience, a theme that wove its way through many ancient narratives. The torment of Job resonated within the trials faced by figures in the Iliad, where warriors wrestled with their fates, and in the Gita, where Arjuna's internal battle mirrored an eternal struggle that everyone faces. The tapestry of human experience was rich and tangled, threads of loss and triumph interwoven in patterns of light and shadow. The relationship between these texts became a conversation, a dialogue that spanned cultures and epochs. Just as the rivers of Babylon flowed into the oceans of Greece and the valleys of India, so too did the themes of these ancient works seep into one another, enriching their meanings and offering a glimpse into shared human experiences. As the candles flickered and the shadows lengthened, another story awaited, one that emerged from the rolling sands of Egypt, where the wisdom of the pyramid texts whispered secrets of the afterlife. Here lay the beliefs of a civilization that dared to dream of eternity. The echoes of their words reverberated in the hearts of those who sought meaning beyond the grave, a quest that mirrored the themes found in the texts of the Western canon. The inevitability of death, the hope for rebirth, the search for something greater. These fundamental concerns were not confined to one culture, but were shared by all who gazed upon the stars and wondered what lay beyond. The emotions of love, loss, and longing intertwined with the very essence of these ancient texts. As the reader progressed through the pages, it became clear that each narrative, each philosophical inquiry, beckoned toward something deeper, an understanding of the human condition that transcended time and geography. The parallels drawn between these texts created a thrilling tension, a sense of urgency that urged the reader to reflect on their own life and the legacy they would leave behind. The room became alive with the whispers of sages and poets, as if the walls themselves were imbued with the wisdom of the ages. Each ancient text presented a mirror, reflecting back the fears, hopes, and dreams that define humanity. The breathtaking realization that, despite the differences in language, culture, and belief, there existed a shared journey among these texts drew the reader in, igniting a flame of connection that sparked a deeper exploration. As the candles flickered low and the weight of these ancient thoughts settled upon the reader's heart, a tantalizing promise lingered in the air. The threads of these narratives were woven together, hinting at connections yet to be revealed, paths that led to new insights and revelations. The next chapter awaited, bursting with the energy of those timeless voices, ready to unveil more truths about the shared experience of what it means to be human. The heart raced, the mind whirred, and the journey continued, spiraling toward new heights of understanding and emotion, leaving the reader breathless and yearning for more. In the stillness of a twilight evening, a gentle breeze swept across the ancient hills, carrying whispers of a million stories long forgotten. Beneath the fading light, a lone figure stood at the edge of a crumbling stone wall, eyes turned skyward, where the first stars began to flicker into existence. This was no ordinary moment. It was a threshold, a crossing from what was into what could be. The air buzzed with an energy that felt both sacred and heavy, as though the very fabric of existence held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat of history. In that moment, the voice of the ages echoed, "Fear God and keep his commandments." These words held weight, a promise, an ancient warning that had traversed the sands of time, lingering like the scent of rain on parched earth. They were not mere suggestions. They were the core of existence itself, a thread that wove together the stories of countless lives. From the mighty empires that rose and fell to the quiet lives of unsung heroes, the essence of these words illuminated paths through darkness and despair. King Solomon, the wisest of men, once reflected upon the meaning of life. He pondered the toil of man under the sun, the fleeting nature of joy, and the inevitable grip of sorrow. In his quest for understanding, he gathered wisdom from every corner of the earth. Yet it was only in his final moments that he distilled all he had learned into this profound truth. How could such simplicity carry the weight of the universe? It was a paradox that drew many to its embrace, compelling them to seek meaning in the chaos of existence. Throughout history, countless figures stood at the crossroads of faith and doubt, wrestling with the call to live according to divine precepts. Imagine the tension in the hearts of the prophets, the anguished cries of those who wished to speak truth in a world steeped in lies. They were warriors of the spirit. Their battles fought not with swords, but with words that pierced the hearts of kings and commoners alike. They urged the people to remember, to heed the ancient commandments that had been passed down like a cherished heirloom. In the shadows of the catacombs, early Christians gathered, their lives in constant peril. With the flicker of a candle offering the faintest glimmer of hope, they whispered prayers of devotion. "Fear God and keep his commandments," they murmured, drawing strength from those timeless words. Each breath was a defiance against despair, each gathering a testament to their unwavering faith. They believed that, despite the darkness that threatened to consume them, the light of divine guidance would lead them onward, away from fear and into the embrace of love. As centuries turned and empires crumbled, the heart of humanity continued to beat with the same rhythm, a relentless quest for meaning. The great philosophers wrestled with the essence of morality, while artists painted visions of divine beauty. Yet through it all, the core message remained the same. Fear God and keep his commandments was not just a call to reverence. It was an invitation to enter into a relationship with the Creator, to acknowledge his sovereignty over the chaos of life. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the scent of spices filled the air as traders and pilgrims mingled, their voices a cacophony of hope and despair. Among them walked a teacher, a healer, whose every word seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the universe. He implored those around him to consider the weight of their actions, to live lives steeped in compassion and integrity. "If you love me, keep my commandments," he reminded them, his voice a soothing balm to weary souls searching for solace. Yet, the tension between obedience and rebellion simmered just beneath the surface. Each generation faced trials that tested their resolve. The allure of temptation was ever present, pulling at the seams of righteousness. Kings strayed from the path, leading their nations into darkness, while the faithful clung to the hope that redemption could still be found. The stories of fallen empires reminded them that neglecting the divine commandments often led to ruin, a truth seen in the ashes of those who had forgotten their roots. With every heartbeat, the weight of history pressed in on the present. The echoes of the past urged the living to remember, to stand firm in their convictions. The struggles of those who came before, their triumphs and failures, served as a living testament to the enduring power of divine law. Fear God and keep his commandments was not merely a phrase. It was a lifeline thrown into a turbulent sea, a beacon guiding the lost back to safe harbor. As the twilight deepened into night, the figure at the edge of the wall felt the stirrings of something profound within. The weight of generations seemed to course through their veins, igniting a fire of purpose. The call to live in alignment with divine principles echoed louder than ever, a siren song beckoning them forward. Eyes glistening with determination, they turned away from the fading light, stepping into the unknown, heart racing with the promise of what lay ahead. The stories of the past were not forgotten. They were alive, woven into the very fabric of the present. They carried the weight of wisdom and warning, urging each person to embrace their own journey, to navigate the complexities of life with courage and faith. In that moment, the words resonated, a timeless reminder that to fear God and keep His commandments was to embrace a full and vibrant life, filled with meaning, purpose, and the unshakable strength to face whatever storms may come. And as the night enveloped the earth, the stars above twinkled brightly, each one a witness to the unbroken chain of faith that connected all souls. The past, present, and future intertwined in a beautiful tapestry, shimmering with the promise of hope. The figure stepped forward, guided by that eternal truth, ready to face whatever awaited them, knowing that they were never alone, for they carried with them the hearts of their ancestors and the unyielding strength of divine love. In the dim light of twilight, a lone figure stands on the edge of a crumbling cliff, gazing out over a vast expanse of shimmering water. The waves crash against the rocks below, a symphony of chaos that echoes the tumult within his soul. He is a man caught in the throes of existence, grappling with the relentless pursuit of meaning in a world that often feels devoid of purpose. This man is not alone. He is a reflection of countless others who have walked the earth, striving, yearning, and often failing to find significance in their swift passage through life. The ancient words of Ecclesiastes resonate in his mind like haunting melodies, each verse a reminder of the futility that accompanies human endeavors. Vanity of vanities. The author declares, "All is vanity." It is a chilling proclamation that sends shivers down the spine, a stark reminder that no matter how grand the ambitions, they all ultimately lead to the same inevitable end. Beneath the surface of this poetic lament lies a profound critique of the very essence of human striving. What worth is there in toil when the destination remains shrouded in mystery, when the fruits of one's labor are ultimately swept away by the sands of time? As he reflects, the man recalls the great kings and philosophers who have traversed the corridors of history, each leaving behind monuments of their achievements. Solomon, the wise king of Israel, once accumulated wealth and knowledge beyond measure. Yet, in the end, he found himself standing in the shadows of his own accomplishments, questioning the value of his pursuits. Did the gold and silver he amassed bring him true contentment, or were they merely gilded chains binding him to an insatiable desire for more? In those moments of clarity, he understood that the pursuit of wisdom, while admirable, often leads to deeper sorrow. The more one learns, the more one realizes the depths of ignorance that remain. Generations come and go, each believing they can carve their mark into history. Yet, like the morning mist, their legacies dissolve, leaving only whispers of their existence. The sun rises and sets, indifferent to the struggles of humanity. The thought fills him with a profound sense of melancholy. The monuments of man, once towering symbols of ambition, stand as mere relics of the past, eroded by time and forgotten by those who follow. With every crashing wave, the echoes of laughter, love, and loss crash against the shores of his memory. He thinks of those who have loved deeply, only to face the agony of separation or betrayal. The tender moments shared under the starry sky are overshadowed by the inevitability of heartache. Ecclesiastes speaks to this, too, reminding us that there is a time for everything. But what comfort is there in knowing that joy is fleeting, a mere breath in the grand scheme of existence? The laughter that once rang out in joyous celebration becomes a distant echo, a reminder that even happiness is often tinged with sorrow. He watches as the last rays of sunlight slip below the horizon, and a chill runs through him. The world around him, full of noise and distraction, seems to fade into a whisper. The quest for wealth, the frantic chase for accolades, the blind ambition that drives so many, each a mirage in the desert of life. He remembers stories of those who climbed the highest mountains only to be met with desolation at the peak, their triumph overshadowed by the emptiness that followed. For every man who reaches for the stars, there are countless others who find themselves lost in the shadows of their own making. Every breath he takes becomes heavier with the weight of realization. Ecclesiastes challenges the very foundation upon which human endeavors stand. It beckons him to question everything he has ever known, everything he has ever strived for. What is the ultimate goal? Is it recognition, love, or perhaps a legacy that outlives the body? The answers dance just out of reach, like mirages shimmering in the heat of the day. In this introspective moment, he feels a surge of emotion, a blend of fear and hope, despair and enlightenment. As darkness envelopes the landscape, he senses the weight of history pressing upon him. The ancient voices of sages and seekers echo through time, reminding him that even in their search for meaning, they, too, grappled with the futility of it all. The world has seen empires rise and fall, kingdoms built on dreams reduced to dust. The conquests of Alexander, the wisdom of Confucius, the artistry of Michelangelo, each a testament to human brilliance, yet also a reminder of the impermanence that defines existence. A sudden gust of wind carries with it the scent of the ocean, sharp and invigorating, cuts through his thoughts, bringing clarity. He realizes that perhaps the critique of human endeavors found in Ecclesiastes is not solely about despair. There is a flicker of understanding that ignites within him, a notion that in recognizing the limitations of life, one can find freedom. The pursuit of fulfillment may be an endless chase, yet it is in the act of striving, in the moments of connection and creation, that life reveals its true beauty. As he turns to leave the cliff, a sense of purpose begins to stir deep within him. Each step he takes feels lighter, as if shedding the burdens of expectation and the weight of achievement. He walks away from the precipice, not in defeat, but in a newfound understanding that perhaps the essence of life lies not in the destinations achieved, but in the journeys undertaken, the relationships forged, and the love shared amidst the chaos of existence. The night sky sparkles above, an endless canvas of possibilities. He takes a deep breath, feeling the rhythm of the universe resonate within his soul. The story continues, and as he steps forward, he senses the threads of life weaving together in a tapestry of experiences, waiting to be explored further. The echoes of Ecclesiastes linger in the air, urging him onward, reminding him that while the critique of human endeavors may be harsh, it is also an invitation to live, to feel, to embrace the unpredictable journey ahead. And so, with every heartbeat, the tale unfolds, a testament to the relentless quest for meaning in the face of the unknown. In the shadowy corners of a dimly lit library, a young woman runs her fingers along the spines of ancient books, their leather covers worn and whispering stories of lifetimes past. A chill runs down her spine as she pulls a thick volume from the shelf. The title, embossed in faded gold, reads Ecclesiastes. With a heart full of curiosity and trepidation, she opens it, and a world of contemplation and raw emotion spills forth like a dark river, one that has meandered through centuries and touched countless souls. Ecclesiastes, attributed to the enigmatic figure known as Koheleth, is a book drenched in melancholy and wisdom. Its reflections on the fleeting nature of life, a relentless echo of vanity of vanities, have haunted and inspired writers and artists across generations. The words seem to vibrate in the air, casting a spell that speaks not just to the mind but to the gut, igniting an unquenchable thirst for meaning in a world often shrouded in chaos. As the woman reads, she feels the weight of history pressing upon her shoulders. The verses resonate with despair and hope, inviting comparisons with the works of Shakespeare, whose own musings often dance around the same themes of time and existential dread. Shakespeare's characters grapple with the futility of ambition and the inevitability of death, a clear echo of Ecclesiastes' solemn proclamations. The notion that there is a time for every purpose under heaven seeps into the fabric of Shakespeare's tragedies, revealing a shared understanding of the human condition that transcends the ages. Just a room away, a painter stands before a canvas, his brush hovering anxiously above the stark white surface. He grapples with the same feelings that the young woman experiences, immersed in the wisdom of Ecclesiastes. With each stroke, He recalls the haunting beauty of life's ephemeral nature, inspired by the line, "To everything there is a season." The image begins to take form. A solitary tree standing against a stormy sky, its leaves swirling in the wind. It captures the essence of both despair and resilience, embodying the delicate balance that Ecclesiastes so poignantly articulates. This painter, like many before him, recognizes the impact of that ancient text. The influence stretches across artistic movements, from the melancholy of Romanticism to the stark realism of modernism. Van Gogh, with his swirling skies and vibrant, yet burdened, landscapes, found solace in the book's reflections. His Starry Night, illuminated with swirling stars yet grounded by a restless village below, echoes the existential questioning that "what profit hath a man of all his labor?" stirs in the hearts of those who dare to confront their mortality. The woman closes the book, her mind racing with vivid images of artists, poets, and thinkers throughout history who have stood at the precipice of understanding, gazing into the abyss of existence. The echoes of Ecclesiastes can be felt in the verses of T.S. Eliot, whose "The wasteland pulses with the same sense of desolation," a modern reflection on a world lacking meaning. "I will show you fear in a handful of dust," he writes, a line that reverberates with the message of Ecclesiastes, reminding readers of the inevitable return to the earth, the cycle of life and death that unites us all. Among the towering shelves, the air grows thick with emotion as the woman contemplates the legacy of this ancient book. It stretches beyond literature into the realm of music, where composers like Beethoven and Mahler infused their symphonies with the profound questions that echoes from Ecclesiastes. Mahler's Symphony No. 2, known as the Resurrection Symphony, grapples with the themes of life, death, and rebirth, echoing the sentiments of Koheleth, resonating with every note played in concert halls that have witnessed countless souls seeking solace in the power of music. The library feels alive, as if each whispering book holds its breath, waiting for the woman to turn the next page. She senses an electric connection to those who have come before her, each one grappling with the same questions, the same uncertainties. The weight of their thoughts lingers like a fine mist, wrapping around her heart. Through the ages, artists have painted and penned their struggles with existence, inspired and haunted by the same verses that now fill her with awe and dread. In a distant theater, actors tread the boards, reciting lines that resonate with the same sense of futility and longing. Their performances stir the hearts of the audience, who cannot help but feel a connection to the universal truths laid bare by Koheleth. The laughter and tears blend into a powerful catharsis, reminding all present of life's transience and the beauty found within it. A flicker of candlelight catches the woman's eye, pulling her back to the present. She runs her fingers over the pages once more, feeling the pulse of humanity within those ancient verses. The words "all is vanity" swirl around her, a haunting refrain that echoes in her mind, stirring a profound introspection. What does it all mean? How do the struggles of the past shape the lives of those who follow? Her heart races as she contemplates the artists and thinkers who have wrestled with these same questions, each grappling with the legacy of Ecclesiastes in their own unique way. It is a thread that weaves through the fabric of culture, binding generations together in a shared quest for understanding and meaning. The legacy of this ancient text is not merely a collection of thoughts. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to inspire and provoke, igniting the imaginations of all who dare to confront the weight of their existence. As the candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls, the woman stands at the precipice of enlightenment and despair, realizing that the legacy of Ecclesiastes is not a solitary journey but a shared experience, an eternal conversation about the nature of life, love, and the inevitability of fate. Her heart swells with the knowledge that this conversation is far from over, each voice adding to the chorus that has sung through the ages, reaching into the depths of the human soul and whispering the timeless truth. In the end, we are all but a fleeting moment in the vast tapestry of existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient Jerusalem, the air was thick with the whispers of scholars and the rustling of parchment. Generations have pondered the words of Ecclesiastes, a text that resonates like a heartbeat through time. A solitary figure, clad in robes that brush against the dusty stones, pauses to reflect on the weight of existence. What does it mean to seek wisdom in a world swirling with uncertainty? The very essence of life hangs in the balance of this timeless inquiry. The future of Ecclesiastes scholarship is an uncharted wilderness, bursting with the promise of new insights and reconsidered interpretations. The echoes of Kohelet's voice resound, imbuing scholars with both exhilaration and trepidation as they consider the layers yet to be uncovered. The text's enigmatic nature compels them, pulling them deeper into a research landscape rich with possibilities. How will modern existential crises shape the understanding of ancient philosophical musings? The tension is palpable as voices across academic circles begin to intertwine. Those of theologians, philosophers, and historians, all racing to offer their interpretations of life's most profound questions. Historians take a deep breath, recalling the times when Ecclesiastes was not merely an ancient scroll, but a critical lifeline for the weary soul. They remember the moments in history when existential despair struck. During wars, famines, and plagues, each era brought a unique lens through which to interpret the text. The Great Plague, the Holocaust, and modern-day conflicts echo in the background. Scholars are poised to revisit the relevance of Ecclesiastes, asking how these reflections resonate with contemporary struggles for meaning amidst chaos. Amidst these discussions, a new generation of scholars emerges. With laptops aglow and minds racing, they scour ancient manuscripts, seeking hidden gem fragments. The Nag Hammadi Library, recently discovered texts, and even digital archives offer a fountain of untapped resources. The connection between Ecclesiastes and other ancient works, like the teachings of the Stoics or the writings of Eastern philosophies, could lead to thrilling revelations. What if these cross-cultural dialogues unveil the universal truths that bind humanity together? The thought sends shivers down their spines as they envision a tapestry woven from diverse threads, each adding color to the quest for understanding. Meanwhile, the emotional weight of the text continues to capture the hearts of those who grapple with loss, joy, and the unyielding passage of time. The stark contrasts within Ecclesiastes, celebration and lament, hope and despair, call for a fresh examination of its poetic form. Scholars recognize that the literary techniques used are not mere embellishments but vital keys to understanding the narrative's emotional depth. As they immerse themselves in the rhythm and cadence of Kohelet's verses, they feel the pulse of humanity echoing through the centuries. Will new methodologies, such as cognitive literary criticism, illuminate how readers emotionally engage with these ancient words? The thrill of possibility hangs in the air, electric and tantalizing. In the realms of theology, fresh debates arise. How does Ecclesiastes speak to the modern believer? The juxtaposition of its seemingly cynical observations against traditional religious beliefs presents a battleground for theological discourse. The lines between faith and doubt blur, igniting heated discussions. Some scholars argue that Kohelet's perspective offers a radical reimagining of spiritual truth, one that invites believers to embrace uncertainty. What if, instead of shying away from life's fleeting nature, faith could be enriched by the raw honesty of Ecclesiastes? The air pulses with fervent energy as these ideas take root. Collaboration across disciplines becomes a vibrant tapestry of intellectual engagement. Philosophers and psychologists weigh in, pondering the implications of vanity, mortality, and the search for meaning. They draw parallels between Kohelet's wisdom and modern existential philosophy, infusing ancient reflections with contemporary relevance. The dialogue becomes a symphony of thought, a blend of voices that resonates like an anthem for the human experience, each note striking a chord that reverberates in the hearts of those who dare to listen. As the scholars gather in hallowed halls, their discussions grow more fervent. The gathering of voices speaks to a collective yearning to understand the essence of existence, a shared desire to unveil the mysteries that bind past and present. Will the insights of Ecclesiastes transform the way society approaches mental health and well-being? As the world grapples with unprecedented challenges, the text's themes of futility and the search for joy could provide balm for weary souls. The air thickens with anticipation. Each theory shared feels like a spark igniting a flame of collective hope. And so, the future of Ecclesiastes scholarship unfurls like a scroll, unpredictable, rich, and vibrant. With every question posed, the scholars feel the magnetic pull of the text, drawing them into its depths. They are reminded that the quest for meaning is not confined to pages. It is woven into the very fabric of life, a thread that each person must pull at, unraveling the tapestry of their own existence. The tension builds as they contemplate how their findings may shape future generations, how the wisdom of Ecclesiastes will ripple through time. The shadows of the past loom large, yet there is light on the horizon. The stories of those who've come before intertwine with the thoughts and feelings of those present. The emotional weight of this scholarly endeavor becomes a shared burden, a collective embrace of human experience. What revelations lie just out of reach, waiting for the right moment to emerge? As conversations wane and laughter echoes softly in the dimly lit room, the fragrance of hope hangs heavy in the air. No one can predict what awaits them next, but one thing is certain: this dialogue will continue. The words of Kohelet, steeped in the wisdom of ages, pulse with life. The future is buzzing with questions, insights, and the promise of discovery, forever beckoning those who dare to seek understanding, leaving the story open and alive, ready for the next chapter to unfold.